You got in right under the gun. Good evening and welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the October 6th, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. We're operating this meeting using a Zoom platform. At the start of each hearing, we'll elevate applicants to participate. Members of the public wishing to comment shall write their name and address along with comments into the chat box to be read into the record. If you don't include your name and address, you will not be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. I'll now take roll call of Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre present.
Chris McFarland present. Tonight we have a quorum of 5 commissioners. We'll be taking all votes via roll call with commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first hearing this evening is RDA 22-21 for 634 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. This is a RDA for a retaining wall and a fence. Oh, and I need to read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, October 6, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for request for determination of applicability 22-21 for Ryan and Gillian O'Connell to extend the existing retaining wall, install fencing, and add a privacy screen for property at 634 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, Jillian.
Hi, Charlotte. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time today.
Yes.
My name is Ryan. We live in, this is Jillian. We live here at 634 CJC Highway.
Ryan, I can share my screen, or do you want to share your screen? And do you want to walk us through your project?
If you want to share your screen, that'd be great.
Sounds good.
Charlotte, I like your bats.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Wow. Perfect. So when you look at the buildable envelope down here, there is a existing retaining wall that has been placed along the back of the house. What we are looking to do is extend the wall that's there and wrap it around to meet the grade of the land over here. The purpose of this wall is to install a fence on top of it. My wife Jillian and I went to the Caken Conservation meeting earlier, and we spoke with the town's natural resource officer, and we believe that there are coyotes using our lawn as a latrine site. So this would help mitigate that, securing this lot. Charlotte came out, walked the lot with us, and confirmed that the lot is not safe. We have a puppy, and we are looking to start a family.
Ryan and Jillian, can you guys kind of walk us through this marked up site plan just for the commission's reference? This is from the previously approved 2018 notice of intent and stormwater permit to build a new home construction. So that permit will be closed out separately, but just can you guys walk us through these marked up? I'll zoom up and down on the, what these are, but can you guys kind of explain a little bit more about the fencing and other stuff that you guys would like to do?
Sure. So along the 636 side of the property, as you can see highlighted in red, we want to do a chain link fence or something simple like that, just to contain our dog to the side and front yards. But then in the front of the house, which is well beyond the 100-foot barrier, we would do an ornamental picket fence. We haven't fully decided, but the goal is to close off our front and side yards to provide a safe area for our dog, because she is getting increasingly frustrated with not being able to go outside. The retaining wall that's there is highlighted in green and begins at the corner, on the screen, the left corner of the garage, and extends all the way to the right corner of the back porch. And to the right of the porch, it drops off as a hill. So we're just hoping to basically build that retaining wall to be able to give a more flat land for the dog and have her not run toward the woods.
Charlotte, would you
And-
zoom in near the red portion?
Is that better?
Yeah.
And the blue, the light blue highlighted area, there's also a house under construction at 636 with a deck overlooking our entire house. So they can actually see within our side yard windows and our back porch, affording us very little privacy. So we're hoping to install a privacy screen of trees atop the wall.
I spoke with Charlotte, and Charlotte provided me a list of locally acceptable trees. And we had selected a few local trees that would act as privacy trees. They were red cedar trees that I would propose to put on top of the wall, on top, like, as well as that fence.
So your coyote protection, how tall will your fence be?
It would be a 4-foot fence. It wouldn't be anything super big. I spoke with the building department, and I would not need a permit for a building permit anyway for something smaller than 6 feet.
No, that's okay.
Mr.
I have a
O'Connell,
wood slat
how
fence.
tall will the retaining wall be?
That's a great question. It would just kind of continue.
Right now it's about 3.5 feet where that grade is, so it would gradually continue and then drop off to around to meet the existing grade, ending at probably a foot tall toward the 100-foot setback line. It kind of goes in like a V shape on this diagram.
So you'd end up with a 5 to 7 or 8 foot barrier for coyotes jumping over the fence into your yard. Is that accurate?
Thank you for sharing this photo. This is the, that is accurate. This is the existing wall as it stands today. And just continuing that to wrap around the property.
But it's worth noting this would only be on one side of the property. The other side is still completely open for passage.
And that is the view from us, yeah. That's the drop. And that is the view from the property looking at the construction next to us.
That's
So
the view
it-
of standing on the deck.
Charlotte, I assume that's this house came in front of the commission for a stormwater permit, correct?
Yes, both this property and the abutting property that you just saw in those other photos. There's 2 separate notices of intent and stormwater permits from 2018. So the order conditions and stormwater, well, the order conditions specifically for this property and for the other one, they have both expired. And so that's another reason why for any additional work, at least here, that's why we have just an RDA to, propose this portion of the work, but this property and the abutting property would need to close out the order conditions and stormwater permit when the work is completed. I know Ryan and Jillian are just waiting on some of the grass to come in the front yard.
The
They
drought
tried.
didn't help.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
The drought didn't help, but we are
Yeah.
working on it.
Okay.
So in this photograph, can you say where your property line is?
So we had Morse Engineering come out and restake it.
But
So-
yes, I can kind of give you a rough estimate. So that tree that is to the left of the burning bush, that is outside of the 100 is basically around where our property is. And it skirts along the line of this overgrown brush, right in front of this crabapple tree, and then in that line where it comes back around toward the retaining wall is off the screen.
Charlotte, can you go back to the photo with a cone?
Yes.
That cone is actually, so you can see the property stake there.
Yes.
There was
Okay.
also, Charlotte, a picture of the proposed work, like with a pink highlight and a blue line. That might help.
Oh, do you want me to go back to the plan?
No, it's a photo that I marked up.
Oh, you marked up a photo. Okay, I can pull that up.
But the property has been restaked officially.
And so far they've all stayed, thankfully. Yes, this photo. So as you can see, I tried very elementarily to draw a line here, extending the pink line to be the retention wall. It goes in a straight line toward our property line, but we are obviously going to leave enough space to be able to access the other side of the wall and have our neighbor not be encroached upon. And then the blue line was kind of just to illustrate that the fence is going atop the wall and continuing beyond it.
Where's the stormwater gonna go? Because right now it collects in that swell, does it not? In fact, if you go to the plan, it doesn't seem to be out at the edge. It actually seems to be in board of that.
So we have a roof drywall system here in the yard, and then they have the retaining wall along the back of the home.
Right, but where your cursor just was, if you stop moving it, to the right of the drywall system, there's the word swale.
Oh, okay.
And the swale is sitting somewhere in between a contour which is marked as 85 and a contour which I believe, although I can't tell because of the marker, I believe it says 86. And that the next contour would be 88. Although I'm not,
All
maybe
of
that,
the levels range in the 60s. So it's the lowest.
okay, so 65. All right, so 65. The one under the blue, I mean, if that truly is a swale, then the one under the blue marker would also be 65 with a low spot in between to keep the water on your property as opposed to on your neighbor's property. So the question I have is, well, first of all, I'm not sure that swale actually exists. It doesn't look as if it does. It looks like all the water dumps onto your neighbor's property.
I've never
But-
noticed that, actually.
With
Yeah.
all the rain we have had, there has been no pooling.
Well, I'm just telling you what the ground should be doing as per this plan.
Mhm.
But if you put a wall in, then it's even, the question is, where's the water gonna go?
If there is a solution you would recommend, I mean, we are working with a contractor on this. I don't see the water changing.
Right, but right now, I don't believe it's going where it was intended to go. I mean, per
I don't know.
this plan,
Mhm.
what this plan is saying is that the water is going to be picked up and carried around towards the 50-foot buffer and towards the wetland. But that's not what I see in the actual plan. I see it kind of dumping off onto the side. But I can't say that for sure because I'm not the engineer who designed this. He might say to me, oh, it was supposed to go in the backyard. So I'm just That's,
Perfectly honest, we're not too sure. That kind of goes out the breadth of our knowledge of swales.
Charlotte, can you zoom in? Can you zoom in next to the dry well area and tell me if that's a 68 or a 66 or what we were
Right
actually-
here.
No, the one above it.
That's
Keep going up the page, up that one.
this.
Yes.
Oh, geez. Let me go to one of the other pages that might be a little bit easier. Nope. Okay. Oh, here we go. What about this? Nope. Cannot really tell.
It's not the same plan.
Ryan and Jillian, do you guys happen to have a paper copy? I know I sent you a
Yeah,
handful.
So we're
Yeah.
pulling that up.
I have it on
Okay.
my phone. 'Cause I'm
Okay.
on my- It does say 65. at the
Right here,
bottom.
says 65 in the corner.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see how that could be 65. Can you hold that up in front of your camera?
There you go.
60, 65, 66, is that what it says? How could that be only 1 foot? Certainly more than 1 foot when you look at the photograph.
Right. This came up a lot in construction. I was confused as well.
Who was the engineer for this project?
Morse.
Morse, Jeff Hassett.
And I mean, there's a couple things of concern. One is where the water's going to go. The second thing is what is the final elevation difference on that wall, because there are setbacks dependent on that. Correct, Sarah, Charlotte?
Yes. Yeah, we would, hold on.
So
I can pull it up
the
here.
plan has to reflect that.
Mhm.
You know, that you're going to be. I think it's 3 feet if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
But I don't know that for sure.
What we could do is, if the commission has no concerns from the RDA perspective, we can follow up with Morse Engineering and get them to kind of look at this proposal and maybe just give us their opinion if it's a minor thing with stormwater, or if we might need to see a little bit more from the stormwater perspective. Because we haven't closed out these permits yet. The stormwater permit, doesn't have an expiration date, but it is tied to the order of conditions for the work within the 100-foot buffer. So that's why we need an RDA to do anything. But at least with the RDA, we could, if the commission has no concerns with it, look at the wall from the wetland side and see if, from the 100-foot buffer side, if we have any concerns with that. If not, if we want to just follow up with stormwater, maybe I can reach out to Jeff Hassett after this, and we can try to make sure all those details are clear with the stormwater permit.
Well, I'm only one commissioner, but I'm not really comfortable kind of saying, okay. I mean, I don't know I'd like to know what the setback is, Charlotte. I'd like to know that the stormwater is going to be handled correctly.
So Christopher, I guess this is not my expertise. So I'd love some clarity on what the stormwater, what you would feel comfortable with the stormwater.
I can't tell you because I don't know 100% what the intent of this overall drawing is, because the 65 contour creates what's called a swale, which is where the water is going to
Yep.
like end up. Now,
I from experience that there's no water there.
I understand there's no water there, but there should be. So, and it should be on your property, not your neighbor's property. And so when you build the wall and the wall is flat in that corner, it's going to keep the water from going anywhere, right? So but if there's not a depression, then that water is going to fill up whatever flat area is, and then it's going to pour over the wall and it's going to end up in your neighbor's property. Or it's going to just go down the piece of property before the wall even exists. So
Area is built up. The area here is built up. That I don't have that information, but I know due to the water levels on the property, there is no basement, it's a crawl space, and we had to build the house up a little bit.
no, I understand.
Yeah.
But if, to make this kind of simple, the water on your property is doing this. And then it's supposed to do this. Okay? But when you put a wall in here and it's flat, then the problem is that it's going to kind of collect. Some of it at this point right now, some of it's doing that, which is not what the stormwater permit was given to do. I mean, that's why this says it's a swale.
I can't
So-
confirm that it's going in
so
the
what-
other direction.
so- Pardon me?
Said I can't confirm that the water is going in the third arrow direction.
Yes.
But if it's helpful, we could have the contractors put in a drain. So it would filter underneath the wall.
Well, that might help this situation. But it probably does not help that situation. And if the drain comes out as a single pipe, I mean, what happens is the water gets channelized, and when it comes through the wall on the other side, the question is, where does it go then? So, I mean, it should, I don't know, because the engineer does what they do when they do this permit, and they say, okay, this area of water is going to be collected wherever he said it was going to be collected. Maybe it was supposed to be collected right here. I'm not really sure. That's why I'm questioning what's going to happen.
It's really hard to tell from the plan here. I mean, we've got a lot of extraneous information here now that's left over from when this house was built, and this is a very small area. It's really hard to tell, and the contours don't extend beyond the property lines. So it's really hard to tell what's going to happen here. It's hard for us to evaluate it.
Yeah.
And I would say that Morris Engineering should get back here and actually mark up a new drawing, essentially, without these very wide magic marker indications. I'm having a hard time grasping it too, Chris. Honestly, it's very hard to tell what the issues are here.
I mean, this is I would assume this is Morse's responsibility anyway, right, Charlotte? I mean, they were the ones who proposed this plan. They're responsible to actually make sure that it's built the way that this plan suggested is, correct?
Correct, yeah, and we, for a final inspection too, it's the engineer's responsibility to go out, do an as-built, make sure everything's designed the way it was permitted, and give that to me and the building inspector as appropriate, and then we look at it from that final COC perspective. I'm not sure, Ryan and Jillian, has Jeff Hassett been out to the site recently within the last couple months, or?
Jeff Hassett came out and completed the as-built.
And another employee.
Okay,
Yep. So the as-built is complete.
okay. And no concerns, at least from his perspective, with stormwater design, do you guys remember?
No, we told him a little bit about it and he recommended I reach out to you, Charlotte. He gave me your contact information to get the RDA in place.
Okay,
So we did run him by it. He didn't seem to think there were going to be any issues, excuse me. But he wanted me to reach out to you directly and get the RDA in place.
okay. If it's helpful, Mr. Chair, I can pull up the subcatchment plan from the 2018 stormwater permit. Not sure if that will be helpful, but if you, unless we want to issue a condition to work with the engineer to incorporate this into the stormwater permit.
I mean, unless one of the other commissioners is comfortable in making a motion, I'm not comfortable.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem with the wall if it doesn't affect the stormwater. I have no problem with the fence if it doesn't, because the fence is outside of the 50 and it's really outside of our jurisdiction as far as the fence. But the fence has, two implications. One, does it meet the setbacks, which I don't know what they are because I don't know what the final height of that wall is going to be.
I don't think there's a setback for a fence. You can put it on your property line.
No, I'm talking about the wall though.
For the wall, yeah.
If it ends up being over 3 feet, I think it has to be set back, but I don't.
It will be.
Don't
It is.
quote me on that.
So we have one in the front of the house that's not illustrated on this plan, but it was set back 5 feet from our property line for that reason.
Right,
And
but what I'm saying is you're playing with two different things. You're playing with the setback and you're playing with the stormwater. And I can't, by looking at this plan, I can't tell you that either of them are actually taken care of. And I'd like to give you the benefit of the doubt and say, fine, we trust you're going to do it, but that's not our that's not how the commission works. We have to have a document which actually confirms that both those things are going to be taken care of. The setback is not necessarily our purview, but it would not be smart of us to approve a plan that doesn't address something that's part of another commission's bylaws. And then on top of that is just to know where the water is going to go on this. So
Would it be acceptable to put this in as a condition that we work with Worcester Engineering to ensure that the stormwater does
No.
go where it should be?
I can't do that because there is a well, again, I'm one commissioner. I don't feel comfortable doing it because I don't feel that the stormwater, I'm not comfortable whether or not the stormwater intent was met in what was built out here. I mean, to me, when I look at those photographs, it seems to me that you have kind of an area where water is going to collect in between your house and your neighbor's house. And it's going to become a big mosquito breeding area. You're worried about coyotes right now. You're going to have more mosquitoes than coyotes. And when you put a wall in here, then it's all going to pool. Maybe it does actually go downhill all the way. But I can't tell that.
This is flat right there. It does go all the way. Like I said, Jeff Hassett did come out. He walked the site. His crew restaked it and completed the as-built. So he would have had that plan and would have been looking at that.
But what it shows on your drawing is that the low spot is here. Okay, that's what's on the stormwater drawing. That's where the water goes. It goes that way, right? It doesn't go to this line, kind of the property line, which is what I'm seeing is where it is. So that's what it concerns me that what is shown on the stormwater, drawing or part of it is not what I see in this photograph. And like I said, I could be wrong, but I'm not seeing it, and I don't have the as-built in front of me to say this is what's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, on the renderings of the plans that we have access to, that line for the elevation with respect to the swale does not continue beyond the existing retention wall, so it's hard for us to even know what was the intention there, but as my husband mentioned, Morse did come out to certify the as-built. And we also had them do additional work to restake the property, so we could understand the boundaries of the lot and where everything was in relation to the plans.
other commissioners, do you have any comments?
I'm with you, Chris. I'm puzzled by this. It's hard to interpret the markups to a 2018 plan. I'd like to see contours a little more clearly. And I take your point that it looks like, at least in this photo, that the swale is actually right along the property line there, right along that where that cone is, and just judging by the vegetation, it's hard to say. It may just be a matter of mowing, you know what really what's going on, but it's hard to make a decision. We don't have a very
Just so you know,
Chris,
your
I-
microphone's having a lot of problems.
I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Chris,
it's very
I-
garbled.
Microphone's not very clear. It might be not connected fully or something.
My microphone.
Yes,
You're a bit croaky.
now
Chris,
I can't hear
I
you.
am old, and that may happen soon, but
Nothing now, Tom. Can't hear you at all.
You're gone, Tom. Chris, I can't read my diagram, so I'm not ready to vote on this now, all right? So if you, I suggest we postpone it, we get new diagrams, clarify what's going on and review it in 2 weeks.
Charlotte, I would, as I've said, that's what I'm comfortable with. That's what I'm hearing from Eric and from Tom. I think you need to, or I'm going to ask you to work with the applicant to talk to Morse Engineering and talk and get a little more input into what exactly the stormwater is going to do, make sure it's in compliance with their permit, and make sure that the setbacks are shown on the plan.
Okay. Ryan and Jillian, does that work for you? We can follow up with Morse Engineering. And
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry, I'm just very confused about the stormwater stuff because I thought that was entirely outside of this conversation, and that's already been decided with this as-built here.
Well, the RDA basically looks at this project and sees whether or not what's going on is impacting either stormwater or wetlands. And in your case, you're very close to the wetlands, you're very close to the stormwater, and we could take a vote on this, but I can't. Go ahead,
so
Charlotte. Say something.
technically the RDA it's a Wetlands Protection Act form. So we're definitely aware that this has a stormwater permit on the project. But at least for the RDA itself, the main question with an RDA is whether or not the proposed work requires a notice of intent. That's the main purpose of the question of the form, not necessarily for stormwater impacts. That's kind of separately that we would consider as a commission. So we definitely have both, impacts to consider, but at least the purpose of the RDA form is to look at the proposed work and whether or not it requires a notice of intent and or has an adverse impact on the wetland.
Suppose we don't understand the form. I mean, it doesn't address your issue, Charlotte. I cannot understand the diagram I have in front of me, so that has to be clarified. So there's an issue of a lack of clarity in what we're discussing now.
Eric, is there anything I can do to help clarify while we're on this call today?
I don't think so. It's the diagram, Ryan.
Okay,
When I look at the diagram that I have on my computer that you've been put in front, it's fuzzy. I can't read some of the numbers.
let me, we can share our screen and maybe the diagram we have on our computer is a little clearer, if that's okay with you.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you in a hurry on this project?
So we're up against a deadline with the winter. No one's gonna want to put a fence in when the ground freezes. So we are up against a little bit of a clock. And with the natural resource officer confirming that there may be coyotes using our lawn as a latrine, the side lawn, I'm just concerned for the safety of my family.
So I'm gonna propose something if based on what Charlotte said, that this has to do with stormwater. And that would be that we could look at this totally from a standpoint of the wetland. But if when you come to us for a certificate of compliance, if we're not happy with the stormwater, then you will have to take the fence down and take the wall down and adjust it to a point where we feel comfortable with what the engineer has actually proposed. So, I mean, that's basically why we're talking about it from a stormwater standpoint, because it doesn't look like the field condition and the drawing condition match. And that's why it's coming up as an issue. We don't, you know, one, we don't want to tell you to tear it down, and two, it's a problem for everyone if you do have to tear it down.
Sure. I just want to make note that it did say on the plan that it was the 2018 plan, but if you look in the corner, it was revised in 2020 to account for these like updates, I guess.
Well, I do think that there is a window here. I do think that it would be a very minor ask of Morse Engineering to look at this and say, you know, the commission's interested in understanding where the water's going, and if we build a wall, you know, first of all, how tall is it going to end up being, and where would you recommend placing it, and how does it impact? Because Charlotte, I think that yes, from purely a wetland standpoint, I'll be willing to approve it, but I'm not going to. I am not going to approve the future when Morse says, "Oh, by the way, the water," or when the neighbor comes in and complains that all the water's on their property when it wasn't built properly if it wasn't built properly in the first place. So
Right.
that's my concern.
Right.
Maybe it would help if we had a look at it in the field.
In the field? Sorry, Tom, what was that?
If you can hear me.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go look at it.
It's an option, yeah.
That's not to say that Morris shouldn't produce a more coherent drawing.
Mhm.
It's easier to understand.
Something that we could do as well is from the wetlands perspective with the RDA, if we issue it, you know, again, we can require that they work with Morse Engineering to update the site plan from the stormwater perspective and provide that to the commission. Depending on the impact of stormwater, it could either be a minor administrative change or it could be an amended stormwater permit. You know, technically the stormwater permit, you know, doesn't have an expiration date. It's just the work within the 100-foot buffer expired. So if we were to approve an RDA, we would kind of give permission for that work in the 100-foot buffer, and then we'd follow up with either a slightly administratively modified plan with the updated stormwater information, or it may possibly need an amended stormwater submission for the commission to look at in more detail, depending on what that retaining wall does to where the stormwater is going and how it affects runoff.
That sounds reasonable.
Chris and Kathy, are you happy with that?
Yes, I am.
Yes, also, and it shouldn't be a big deal for them to do that, the engineers to do that. They do this all the time. It should be
Yeah.
very quick. It's not a big deal. It
Part
won't
of
be
their
long, I'm sure. You know,
I still think it would help to, us
just
to have, at least some of us to have a look, to have some notion of, it's hard to look at these photos and really understand it very well. And I think even 15 minutes out there would clarify a lot of our uncertainty.
We both work from home, so whatever's convenient for you guys.
So Tom, Charlotte's recommending that we approve this. I'm sorry, it would be a -3 determination with conditions. That's her recommendation. I mean, and when I say that to the applicants, that means it's negative that you have to do anything else, but there are conditions for what goes along with that. So Tom, you would be suggesting that you want to see it on site to verify
Yeah,
what the engineer is saying.
yeah,
My conditions would be that it meets all setbacks and grade elevations as required. And I also, I think within X number of days, I want confirmation from the engineer that the water, based on an updated plan, that the water, the grades are going to be modified with the wall to meet the intent of the stormwater permit.
yeah. I think that's the way I could see this moving forward.
Okay. Okay. Then I will make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a -3 determination for RDA 22-21 at 634 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, with the condition that Charlotte will organize a site visit with Morse Engineering and at least Tom Bell and any other commissioner who's interested in going, to see how on site, how the addition of this retaining wall will impact the intent of the original stormwater permit. And that Morse Engineering will make recommendations on a sketch plan for minor modifications as necessary to make sure the intent of the stormwater permit is met. That all setback, condition 2, that all setbacks are taken into consideration with the final grades so that setback requirements are met. And just number 3, to kind of to repeat myself, that Morse Engineering will provide a sketch that confirms that the intent of the stormwater permit is met, and that they're not increasing the flow onto the neighbor's property.
Let's call that a modification to the plan instead of a sketch.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second to issue a negative determination for RDA 22-21. Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland abstains. So that vote passes 4-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
If you would get together with Charlotte, she'll help you set something up with Morse.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on, I'm going to leave and then reconnect unless my audio is improved.
That would be great. Thanks, Tom.
Is this still bad?
It's very bad.
Let me reconnect.
Either that or you have a very bad cold.
Yeah, it's very bad. I can. Some,
Sound like a Star Wars character.
yeah. And Chris
Either.
McFarland, also your voice is doing that also a little bit.
The gargle?
It's the same kind of sound, like you have a bad cold, but yours is in and out, but that's how I'm hearing it. I don't know if anybody else is.
I know
Testing.
my microphone is very sensitive, so I will try to, if I'm just speaking like this, does it work?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Just back it directly.
How is mine? Did that fix
That's
it?
better.
much
Turn it
better,
on.
Okay.
much better. Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next hearing this evening is RDA 22-24 for 130 Border Street framing garage roof replacement. I'll read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaws, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, October 6, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for requested determination of applicability 22-24 for Mary and Bruce McMeekin to identify provisions of the Wetland Protection Act or regulations which may exempt the applicant from having to file a notice of intent for proposed floor framing and garage roof replacement at 130 Border Street.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Charlotte.
Hi.
Charlotte.
I apologize for bastardizing your name.
We've heard much worse. Actually, you're in the top 50%.
Well done, Chris.
I'm Heidi Condon from HC Design. I'll be presenting in front of the board this evening. Charlotte, would you like to start pulling up one of the drawings? Is it best to start with the site plan?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a little history. This is a home that was built in 1972. The McMeekins bought it in 2008. We did a large renovation then, but even then we stayed within the existing footprint for the house. Now we are looking to do a small project. You can see this area that I've hatched is the 67 square foot addition. Thank you. That is under the existing roof line, and it's going to be cantilevered through the existing floor framing. So nothing will be touching the ground in this area. I don't know if you all have the photos that I've submitted. You can see there's a deep overhang in this area, and literally my roof, my new walls will be under that roof. So there's really minimal disturbance there. Charlotte, Mary, Bruce, and I walked the property together this week, and Charlotte took a lot of additional photos. There is a planting bed below this, and the natural grade is at elevation 12. And so I'm 7 feet above that for the bottom of my floor, my new floor joists. So that's the one addition. This is the existing garage, this where it says addition with new roof. The existing roof is an area that we did not touch in the first renovation in 2008 and 9. Now we would like to have, there is living space or unheated living space above it. We'd like to renovate that. The current roof is 2x6 rafters, which is not to code. I can't meet the energy code if I were to keep that. So all I plan on doing is removing the roof on the existing garage and basically rebuilding it with 2 dormers, gabled dormers that face the Bailey's Creek and then the driveway. So that, again, I am not putting a spade in the ground. I will have our dumpster in the driveway right here. So it won't be, anywhere at the rear. We feel like we'll be, gutting some of this area where we have the addition, and I'm going to be sistering the new cantilever joist from inside. So we're not going to be tromping around in the back. We are proposing a staked silt sock, as you can see in my blue diagram. And I've added in my revised work description that there'll be no materials or equipment stored within the first 50-foot buffer. You know, we'll store things in the garage or on the driveway. So that's really kind of the gist of our project here.
Any photographs, Charlotte?
Yes.
This is a lovely picture that Charlotte actually took. And you can see this is the overhang that I've been describing. This corner to the left is the existing garage, and that's the roof that I need to replace. But my addition will just straighten out this wall and bring it straight across. I am proposing a simple shed roof to be overlaid on top of this roof, just so I can match the roof line where the garage is and avoid ice dams. So you can kind of see that identified. If you all have my drawings, it says new shed roof, and that will be overlaid on top of the existing roof. So I'm just trying to clean up the roof line where Charlotte has her cursor, because I don't want ice dams.
So Charlotte, are we in a position to issue a determination on the RDA and give a variance for work within the 50?
Yes. Yeah, for RDAs, we can still do that, but again, for RDAs, we normally only do it for very simple projects. So, this one, it doesn't sound like they're going to be really touching the 50-foot buffer, and they can do the work for the cantilevered addition from the inside of the home. But as a precaution, I recommended just putting in a barrier just in case to, prevent any possible damage. But it sounds like most of the work can be done from the inside of the home and from the existing garage. I'm sorry, the garage and the driveway.
Right, but if you're putting in a silt sock and you're occasionally stuff's going to fall on the ground, it's got to be picked up, maybe some ladders out there. I mean,
Right.
do we make a condition for variance, or how do we do it?
We can do that, issue a variance for whatever we think is most appropriate for any possible, temporary disturbance in the 50-foot buffer. So, as Heidi mentioned, they're not going to bring in any heavy machinery or any materials really within the 50-foot buffer as needed. And they were going to keep the dumpster and most of that stuff in the existing driveway. So we could choose to make that a condition and really just grant the variance for any just temporary construction, foot traffic, or anything like that. Does that kind of sound right to you, Heidi?
Yes, that is our goal.
Commissioners, any questions?
Is there a defined coastal bank here?
I don't think so. We had having our consulting do the original site plan, and it's a salt marsh. It's not really a defined coastal bank. So you can see here, that they've identified a salt marsh, and it just kind of gradually slopes down to the creek. There's really not a very clean, there's the artificial stone retaining wall, which is from the 70s, but there's no natural break.
Okay, looks like you're outside of the riverfront.
Yeah. Charlotte, did you take any pictures facing the creek? I don't think I have any. It's pretty far away. The creek isn't,
That'd be this is Bailey's Creek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we took any
So
pictures.
there is no river
there's one.
line for Bailey's Creek. So
There's one.
I was thinking this is up against the Gulf, but it's not.
I mean, that was artificial and that was made in the 70s.
Yeah.
And what's nice about it is that at least it limits where the Phragmites can go.
Yeah, that's the area I'm looking at, and that's where that's probably the steepest escarpment, it's not even really an escarpment, exists. And I just wondered whether that met the definition of a coastal bank or not, whether it has enough sufficient slope to have met that, but it probably doesn't. It's only a couple of feet there, right?
Yeah, if you look at the top of your site plan, the north part, you can see elevation 11 and then the ledge outcrop, and it just, the grade is pretty a gradual slope. It's the top. If you look, it's, you can see elevation 11 and then the next one, 10, and it just kind of, if you go up a little bit more to the north, Charlotte, you can see it's just a gradual slope.
Heidi, I very much appreciate your use of adjectives, but I'm confused why we don't have a bank here.
I don't, there's just not one identified on our
Gradual,
site plan.
Can't see it. But I would think one way or another, we'd have a coastal bank here, Tom.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say, Eric. I'm looking at the contours here on my map, and you know, I just don't think that the embankment is steep enough to qualify. So you know, it doesn't look like you really have one here. There might be one or two spots where it is steep, right? For example, at the southeast end of that hedge, but it's only maybe 5 or 8 feet wide where it's steep. The rest of it's actually fairly, you know, it's gradual.
Any other comments? Anyone in the public? No?
Heidi, have you had an engineer confirm the fact that there's no bank there by taking measurements and applying wetland regs and all that?
I mean, typically when we work with John Cavanaro, he would always double check that. I mean, that was, you know, 2009.
Yeah, but has somebody checked it now?
No,
You're presenting a plan to us.
no, I was using the older site plan.
And the margins of the wetland are how old are those?
They're from 2009.
Yeah.
So they're out of date.
Yes.
Though it's unlikely that anything's really seriously changed out there.
That's correct.
Any other comments?
Would you go back to that, Charlotte, that diagram? What was that about, a proposed restoration?
They did all that in 2009. Both Mary and Bruce went to great lengths to do work and try to eliminate the Phragmites in 2009.
And has this had a COC on that, Charlotte?
Oh, that's a great question. I did pull the file because Heidi, I believe we wanted to look at this plan. I want to say yes, but I'm not 100%. But I believe this one was closed out. I can double check.
It was absolutely closed out, and we have there is an as-built somewhere.
Okay. Okay.
I think that is something you and I checked, Charlotte, because I never wanted.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I wanted to make sure this was closed, and I think it was, because that's sometimes what happens with a lot of these older projects, that we find that they were never closed out. I believe we did check the file and we saw a COC in there. And then
Never want to
I can
present to
pull
you
a
guys.
copy
and
up
have-
of it if that's helpful.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
I can pull a copy of that up if you would like.
Sure.
So you're saying you had a Phragmites eradication project at one point in time?
In 2009, that was
Yeah.
part of the whole project.
Do I assume this, like every other one, it was unsuccessful, or were you successful?
Well, unfortunately, I mean, Mary Bruce planted a lot of plugs that were approved, and as you can see in that picture, the Phragmites have made it back into that area.
Absolutely. I mean, If you had succeeded, you would have been the first one I've heard of.
I could not say it was 100%, it was not successful.
It was not successful, but we had to try.
Yeah,
It's
they
a tough-
tried. I mean, they
it's-
followed the book and tried.
Well, little sea level rise and it'll all be gone.
I hope, well, yeah, that would be nice, but
Put more salt water in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's looking for his COC. We'll give him 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Not to pressure you or anything.
So it
I'm
looks
feeling
like,
I'm feeling it.
It-
You know, I'm finding everything from 2009, 2010. I'm sure we have it, but it might not have received it electronically. That's probably it.
could we request a decision pending that we confirm that we closed it?
Yes.
I'd be comfortable with that as long as a condition, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all.
But I'm only speaking for myself. I don't know what anybody else thinks. So,
Charlotte?
Hello.
Where do
I
we
was,
stand
I
on
was
that,
speeding
Charlotte?
through the registry website to see if I can find it online. Oh, sorry, what was your question, Eric?
No. There was a question whether we can close it out without having the document.
But can I make
Yeah.
it a condition that your decision is, you know, on the condition that it was a closed out NOI?
Actually, I think I might have found it. Hold on.
Thank you.
Registry website might be coming in for the win here.
That's a first.
Yep, certificate of compliance recorded on, hold on, I'll share my screen just so everyone can see. I'm not just reading something out of nowhere. There it is. Registry website, here we go.
Yay.
Site inspection was January 2015. Looks like it was closed out by the commission that day. Date of
Well
issuance.
Thank you.
Filing
Well
system.
done.
That's great.
Someone's got a
Oh,
good
so-
filing system.
So I'll entertain a motion. Don't make me make it.
oh, come on, you're good at it.
All right. I'm going, just making sure no one's in the public. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and make a motion to issue a -3 determination for RDA 22-24 with the condition, there isn't really a condition. Is the variance a condition or is it just separate?
We would just vote on a variance, but did we want a condition about no heavy machinery or anything like that in the 50-foot buffer or?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the condition that no, that although we are providing a variance, it's for foot traffic and ladders and things of that sort and not any heavy equipment. We'll take a roll call vote. Oh, no, I need a second.
Second,
Having a motion and a second to issue a -3 determination for RDA 22-24. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes.
Wait a minute.
5-0.
Will Ashton's here.
Well, he didn't hear the whole thing though, so
Oh,
he'll have to come in on the next one.
all right.
That vote passes 5-0, and now I'll make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer, which includes the placement of a silt sock and, picking up and any from ladder work that has to be done from that side of the property. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue variance for work in the 50, we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, I vote passes 500. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Commissioner Will Ashton to the meeting tonight. Will, nice to see you. We now have 6 commissioners and a quorum of 6. Our next hearing this evening is an amended NOI 22-24 for 32 Heather Drive. To extend the
Can't hear
deck.
you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Now it's good.
I wish I don't have any idea even where my microphone is. I just know if I turn away, it doesn't hear me.
Yeah.
Amended notice of intent 22-24 for 32 Heather Drive, which was continued from September 22nd, 2022.
Good evening, Commission. This is Cameron Larson with ECR, representing the applicant tonight to present the request to amend the order of conditions. Also on the call with us is Jara Lankus, the contractor. And Charlotte, if Richard Carroll, the property owner, is on, if you wouldn't mind just promoting him, that would be appreciated.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank
excellent.
you.
So Richard is on the call with us. He's the property owner and applicant for the project. So what I'd like to do tonight is just run you through very briefly on what the commission approved back in July of this year at 32 Heather Drive. Show you a few pictures of the area just to refresh your memory, and then show you the revised plan with the request for the amendment. So if I could share my screen, that would be great. All right, thank you. Okay, so this here is the previously approved plan by the commission. Just to orient yourself, looking down on the bottom of this plan would be Heather Drive off the view here, the existing single-family home, and then the proposed project to the rear of the home, which consisted of a deck, a patio, and a small plunge pool. This was all permitted back in July and reviewed by the commission. We weren't exceeding the pervious surface, which would trigger the stormwater permits. We stayed out of that, which was good. And then a few photos just to refresh you a little bit more. This is the backyard where the new deck will be going. Another view here looking down towards the wetlands. This project is within the 100-foot buffer to wetlands. And then another view off to the side of the house where a portion of the deck will be located. I'm going to go back to this photo after we discuss the proposed amendment, just because this is kind of the area that we'll be discussing. So the revised plan here, we're still looking at the deck and the plunge pool. The plunge pool remains the same size in the same location. There's no change to that. What we've done is we've now removed the patio, which was located over in this area, expanded the deck to be within the footprint of the patio essentially. And then what we've done is squared off the deck over in this area. The contractor ran into some problems over by this chimney. The original plan called for it to kind of cut off and kind of come into towards the chimney at a strange angle. And there's also some piping over there. I believe it's for the oil for the home. Richard could confirm that, but anyway.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you, Richard. It was going to be an overly complicated way to construct this deck in this area. So what we're proposing tonight is to square this deck off, just as you're seeing here, and then come up to the corner of the plunge pool. I will note that this does encroach into the 50-foot buffer zone, a small portion, 52 square feet right here. Switching back to this image, this would be the area where we're looking to come into that 50. It is all lawn and landscaped at this point. The erosion control will be bumped out just slightly to accommodate this work area, but we will be following the same, methodology that was previously approved. To account for that 52 square feet, we have proposed a 2-to-1 mitigation plan. So we've located a portion of the existing lawn in the front of the home, which is nearest the wetland. Here A6 you can see, so this is well within the 50-foot, this lawn. So we're proposing 104 square feet of native mitigation, which is at a 2-to-1 ratio to account for that 52 square feet of new deck. So that's the proposed request to amend. I'd be happy to entertain any questions from the commission if they have any.
So, Mr. Larson, it doesn't look like there's a doorway on the northeast corner of that house, the eastern wall of the house, that would access that deck. Is that accurate?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but I believe there's a sliding door right here off the back corner.
That's
Right.
correct.
But there's no doorway along the eastern face of the house.
No.
No, there's a window.
So why is it necessary to do this? Why not just align it with the east-west orientation of the house?
Well, the change from what was previously approved, it was, as I mentioned, it came in here kind of at a corner, kind of hugging that 50-foot. And that was going to be an overcomplicated build that the contractor, was hoping to avoid. So squaring it off made it much easier for the contractor to get in here and work around the chimney and those pipings.
Sure, you could square it off by also by aligning it with the east-west face of the house, couldn't you?
You're referring to so coming off this corner of
Yeah,
the house.
that's right.
Pulling it off-ish.
That's-
Yeah, you'd
that's
have,
right.
have a little bit smaller footprint, but I think also the intent is kind of to maintain that usage in that area. You can't see it so clearly on the plan, but there was a deck that previously occupied this area. Let me just zoom in a little here in the red. So there was a previously existing deck shown here in red that did kind of come off of this corner. It did encroach into the 50-foot. Initially, we thought we could avoid that, but at this point, it would be much easier to just square it off. So we're kind of using the previous footprint of what was already there, and then working a little bit to get to that pool.
So the alternative would be to square it off by working parallel to the house, or to encroach farther into the 50 and do your mitigation. Is that your proposal?
I suppose, right, our proposal at this point is to get into that 50-foot buffer, the 52 square feet of it. It is all lawn and landscaped at this point, so minimal impacts, and we feel that the mitigation that we're proposing would be an overall improvement to that area.
Sure.
I
So
mean,
you want to elaborate a little bit about what your mitigation looks like, and what are you putting in there?
Sure, no problem. So here's the mitigation plan. Again, it's kind of off this front side portion of the house. So we're kind of just expanding on the existing tree line. It is all lawn as it currently exists. That'll be turfed off to expose the native soils. We'll use clean loam to supplement that. It'll then be planted with 5 native shrubs spaced 5 feet on center, to include 2 black chokeberry and 3 witch hazel, which are all suitable for that buffer zone environment. And then the rest of the area will be seeded with a native upland seed mix, and will be left as a no-touch buffer, essentially.
I know it was that these pictures were taken in May, but that's an awfully green lawn, which makes me suspicious that there's been some fertilizer applied there within the 50.
Are you asking, or?
It's an observation that you should address. Either no fertilizer has been applied in the 50 and never will be as per our conditions, or oops, we did apply some fertilizer.
Yeah, so I can address that. I mean, I think Charlotte, to be fair, when we walked through the property back in, I think it was that May timeframe, you educated me on a lot of my obligations that I wasn't aware.
Correct, yeah.
Before we drew this map, my understanding of the wetlands on the Mass GIS website were that they're about 130 feet away from our property. So when we had the survey done, we basically learned a lot that we were within a lot closer to the wetlands than we originally knew about. So this has certainly been a humbling and learning experience since, beginning this project.
Okay, so I guess it still hasn't answered my question about whether you're using fertilizer in your lawn in the 50.
Yeah, at that time I was. I mean,
Okay.
I'm not,
Oh,
like
okay.
I said,
All right, sorry.
I didn't know, I honestly, to full transparency, I didn't know the rules. And when I looked at the GIS mapping, when I first started this project, it was down, the wetlands were marked down by the circle on Heather Drive. And then when I had the survey conducted, that's when I found out from the surveyor that the wetlands were much closer and that we hired ECR to flag and mark everything so that we were doing it in line with, conservation's expectations.
Okay.
So moving forward, we will respect all of the rules
Okay.
with respect to the Conservation Committee.
Great.
Mr. Carroll, could you review what is in that little jet out that we're talking about, which seems to be the subject of discussion? What is there right now prior to any work? In
You
that
wanna-
little
Would you like
square.
me to- I can share the photo if that helps. Let me bring up the photograph.
Yeah.
This area here is the subject of the deck expansion that's going to encroach into the 50-foot.
Okay, but you mentioned there was something there currently prior to the project beginning, or am I wrong?
Yeah, there's a deck back there before that was taken down. And the deck expanded kind of all the way up to where the chimney is.
Okay.
So that's what Cameron was talking about in the red outline was the prior deck.
I'm trying to understand because, we obviously have a do not disturb policy here, except we make one exception. If something's currently built on in the 50-foot, we tend to allow something in that same area, exactly the same footprint, to be replaced, all right? I'm trying to figure out how much of what you're doing here is actually building on what was built on in the past and how much is new territory that you're building on. Am I being clear?
Yep.
Yeah, so, answer.
I think the best way to answer that is to take a look here at this plan. I'm going to come in even a little bit closer. It's a faint red line that comes off the east side of the house here.
Yeah.
And up to the north direction. So this outline shows the previously existing deck on the property. So we are falling within the footprint, and then you can see here, which did fall within a portion of the 50. We are looking to expand it out a little bit further, simply to kind of square it off to the edge of the pool. So that's, if you're looking at this area, this would be beyond what was previously existing.
Okay. And the rough square footage of that area that's beyond where you built before would be what square footage?
If I recall correctly, the old deck encompassed, I think it was 11 square feet in the 50-foot. What we're proposing now is 52. So that brings us down to 41 additional square feet. And again, that brings us back to our, the reason for our 2-to-1 mitigation.
Okay.
Could you explain a little bit how the chimney is complicating the approved design, and explain where the oil line is and why we can't just work around that with the modification of the previously approved?
I'm going to bring back that photograph, and then if Jara, who is the contractor, I believe he's still on the line, he could certainly speak to that.
Yeah. Hey guys, I can jump in here. You might have to excuse, I'm on my iPhone. I'm traveling right now. But if you have me both with audio and video, or one of the two, I can add some detail to that for sure.
We do have you with audio, Jara. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So, I mean, as the plan was initially approved with we'll call it the clipped corner, it doesn't allow for A, a footing, or B, a ledger to be affixed to that chimney. So that chimney's of masonry construction, as you can see in the photo, it's brick. I'm not able to affix the framing directly to that brick frame, the brick construction of the chimney there. So as it's proposed, where the corner kind of makes an angle on the chimney, it needs some support in the ground by means of a footing, which up against the house there is quite tricky to do. So even as proposed, it would be in all structural and practical interest to bring a footing outside of the chimney area, which, as you can see in the drawing of the site plan, essentially puts it within the 50-foot buffer, kind of where the existing deck structure is. So at the very least, constructing it as the previous deck was is really the only practical solution in that area. In saying that, aesthetically and practically in terms of the deck area, it would be beneficial to the homeowner and easier in construction to construct the deck as proposed in this amendment, so that the whole line of the deck is in line with the pool and not in a stepped nature.
Is that a window in the what appears to be the foundation there? There's a black rectangle below your fresh. Yeah, is that a window?
Yes,
And so that's going to be obscured when you put a deck over it. Is that right?
yes, as it was before.
Yeah. I mean, this is, we see a lot of these, I think, where there's just a little bit of the 50 that's encroached upon, and it's always hard for us, I think, to look at these little bites. But when we look across the entire community, if everybody takes a 50-foot bite out of a 50-foot buffer, it starts to add up. And it may sound, to an individual homeowner, may sound like we're really a bunch of nitpickers, honestly. And sometimes I feel that we are. But nevertheless, I mean, our bylaws are fairly specific about what we allow in the 50. And if you go back to that drawing with the red outline of the old deck, you can see that the amount that we approved into the 50 was really pretty small, 5 or 6 square feet, something like that. And now we're talking about 40 feet? Mr. Larson, is it really 40 feet in 50 that you're talking about? Or 50 feet, I guess, because you're doubling it. You're doing 100 feet of plantings. So
I'll just tell you
what we initially approved was a tiny little triangle there that looks like it couldn't be any more than 10 or 15 square feet. Now we're talking about 50 square feet or 150, I guess, right?
I think the total right now at the as proposed is 52 square feet. It was about 11 square feet prior to that. So it would be an increase of 40.
Yeah.
What do we say, 41 feet?
And this gets into that category of nibbling away at the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree, Tom, and it's kind of like I'm always worried about setting a precedent for future projects, and mitigation efforts is we're only required to they're only required to be healthy for 5 years or whatever so I'm hesitant as well. And if it seems like we could reduce the impact in the 50 just by and possibly have enough space for the footing. I'm not a builder, but if you just kind of mirror what was previously there, it would looks like.
Or even if you really want to square it off, you can square it off just being parallel to that northern boundary of the structure, and in fact you're trading that little bit that we approved before for a little bit to the northeast of it. It's actually a little bit smaller. Again, we're not telling you what to do here. But
can I just jump in with a couple of quick questions for the commission? I do respect that your point of, if everyone takes a little bite, that obviously ends up being a big part of the pie at the end of it. But I guess I'd just like to get the commission's feel for what the actual detriment of us taking an extra 40 feet of space here is in relation to us adding the 150 feet of mitigation plantings. And I understand that, we're only required to keep them alive for 5 years, but essentially, I think, Rich takes pride in his property, and it's really going to be something that's in place and alive for much longer than that. So my question to the commission is, what's the actual detrimental effect of the 40 extra feet into the 50-foot buffer?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, and it gets back to this conundrum that we face so frequently when we look at a little bite here and a little bite there, and obviously it's not a natural area. It's already turf.
And
So-
it's a precedent though, and it's a precedent as well. Once we allow it on one project, then, it's, how can we not allow it on the next, and then, 50 feet becomes 75, and
I understand that, but with all due respect, we're not asking for that much square footage. And as you guys can see in the picture, it's an area that is essentially something that has been built on previously. I mean, unfortunately, the whole house sits in the 50-foot in that corner in the picture. And again, that's really not helping our argument, but in this picture and in this scenario, what you see on the plan and what you see in the actual as-built situation, I believe is more than offset with what we're proposing in the mitigation plantings. But again, that's my opinion, and obviously, it's open to other interpretation.
Do you have a picture facing the other direction, please? Can you go to one of those? Where the pool, back towards the pool?
That would be
Not
that
handy.
picture there, Cameron.
I'd have to pull it from the file, but
Right there?
Well,
I guess that would be in the direction.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do you use that side yard for anything?
You mean where it's the camera is taking a picture from?
In the foreground here?
Yes.
Rich, he's referring to the side yard in the foreground.
So it'll be the area, what I'm talking about is the area between the deck. I mean, if you want to go to the plan, we can talk about it, but between the deck and the pool and the wetland, kind of in
Outside
that
of-
direction. Do you use that side yard?
We mow it. But no.
I know you mow it.
But no, that's probably the only part of the lawn we really don't use. I mean, out to the other section to the left is where my kids play and those types of things. So no, it's not an area of the yard that we use at all.
And when the pool's completed and you're standing on the ground next to it, how tall will that wall of the pool be where it says 21.1?
And Jerry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's around 30 inches.
That's correct. Yeah, 30 inches.
30 inches. So, and the depth of the pool?
It's about 4 feet.
It's
Give or take.
essentially 4 feet for easy math. Yeah.
Okay. Could you zoom out? Could someone zoom out, please?
Yep,
I want to
that's
see
me.
where the
I'm controlling
mitigation planting is.
The mitigation planting is down in this area. We chose an area that was closest to the wetland.
So the idea is just to extend the wood line a bit.
Yeah, essentially, right. Yep.
So the way our bylaws read is that we consider variance within the 50-foot buffer in rare and unusual circumstance. Now, I could argue that I could argue that there is no rare and unusual circumstance here, except for the fact that you have an opportunity here to actually improve the 50-foot buffer, especially if you don't use that side of the property. So, and again, I'm only speaking for myself, but I do see, rather than a few shrubs and a little bit of, 100 square feet of mitigation planting, I'm wondering if you might be open to the idea of restoring, a much bigger portion of that of that side lawn.
Yeah, so,
And turn it, and not mow it, and turn it back into, you know, a kind of a meadow, which actually would function better. And so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a.
Yeah, we had talked about that back when we first brought that potentially to the right of, you know, the right side of the plunge pool and the deck. I mean, we'd be completely open to putting some native plantings and those types of things on that. And it's like I said, it's grass. We don't really access that area, so we'd be open to, you know, adding more to the right of the deck and the pool.
Chris,
would
do you
be
think it should be, if they did that, would you think it should be woody shrubs or really talking about native grasses and forbs essentially here?
I think I think if you don't mow it, other things will eventually come up. But I mean, I guess what I'm doing is
If you don't mow it, you'll get every invasive imaginable there, Chris.
well, okay. Then they can,
You're lucky if you don't have Japanese knotweed and Phragmites there.
well, I don't know about that.
We can
Well-
certainly do something similar to what we're proposing in the 100, the 100 square feet we already, propose. Again, that's 2 to 1. If the commission's looking for a larger area, it sounds like Rich is open to that. We could certainly bump it up to a 4 to 1 and move things around. And, I think the applicant would be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, my personal preference is to put it, I didn't really understand why it was kind of down towards the right camp, kind of explained it earlier, but if it were more beneficial to put it to the right of the pool and where the proposed deck structure is, that would actually be my personal preference.
It still
If that's
doesn't
helpful.
it still doesn't really address this issue of nibbling.
No, it doesn't. I think I understand where you're coming from, Tom, but I think our argument is that overall, we're looking to provide a betterment to the resource area and the buffer. And this,
Yep.
we're proposing to take this nibble, but we're proposing to improve this site and the overall buffer zone. So we're adding some back to the pie also.
Cameron, in
Are we-
my 5 years, on the Concom, I've seen hundreds of these projects where people wanted 5, 10, 20, 30 feet. And we relentlessly deny them. So there's an issue of fairness here toward all the other people who've come in and have been forced to redo their projects. And you can't look at what we're doing one-off and say, well, in your particular case, it doesn't make sense. It's a rule that we've been uniformly enforcing year after year in Cohasset, and all your neighbors have to live with it. And I guess what we have to do here is decide whether we want you to live with that same rule. All right?
I
'Cause it's
certainly
easy to make
understand that.
exceptions, and
Certainly understand that.
we haven't been making exceptions time in and time again. All right, year after year. We found that to be the best policy and the fairest policy for yourself and all your neighbors and other citizens of Cohasset.
Yeah, and I totally get that, and I totally respect that. I mean, unfortunately, when I bought the property in, I guess it would be 2016, I didn't have concerns that there were wetlands where we finally marked them. So, unfairness goes in both directions, right? So the Mass GIS maps didn't represent the current state of affairs when I bought the property and when I engaged, started this project. I met with Charlotte. I'm trying to do what's right. And, you as a commission have to make the decision that feels best for you. But, I'd argue on both sides of the fairness, and maybe I would have come to a different conclusion when I started this project or when I bought the house in 2016 if the wetlands were marked to where they should have been, but they weren't. So, and they still aren't today.
In defense of Mass GIS, if you read the site carefully and you read the information about how they've done the wetlands, it very clearly states that these are approximations and
Oh, yeah,
they are
understood.
not to be used for regulatory purposes. First of all, they're out of date because they were done more than 3 years ago. So I don't really accept that as an excuse that I applaud you for actually looking and getting some general notion, but it's very clear on that website. I've looked at it a lot. I work with it all the time. That they make very clear statements. These are not for regulatory purposes. These are general notions of where the state's wetlands are. And that they tell you straight up that it needs to be investigated by a licensed wetland scientist to actually delineate the wetland. So,
No, completely. As I said, I've, since embarking on this project, in May, I've learned quite a lot.
yeah,
So I totally respect what you have to say.
yeah.
Richard, reducing the surface area of the deck you're putting in by what, 7% or something like that? You're still gonna love the deck. It's gonna be a great project. You're gonna be happy where you are. And it's not something that's gonna be a critical issue. And maybe by discussing it this length, we're making into a bigger issue than it actually is, I think, so.
Yeah, I think when we embarked on it, it was, and again, this is just a personal preference. I respect the commission's, what their role is here, and and honestly, it's just a little thing. So where the deck used to be, that's where I would have my grill. It was off, to the side, and no one saw it, and it worked. So just trying to replicate what we had, and unfortunately, with the 50-foot buffer, we can't without your approval. So that's really the deck's still going to be great regardless. We're going to enjoy it as a family. We were just trying to recreate a little bit of what we already had, which was that little nook that existed before and was nice to have for our family.
Well, I'd be open to considering a larger aeration plan personally, like 4-to-1 or something like that. But I think we'd want to see what that looks like.
We'd be happy to prepare that if the commission would like us to shift it all entirely up there. 4-to-1, you'd be looking a little over 200 square feet. We can do it in that area directly east of the shed, of the deck and pool, or we can, keep what we've proposed and then add another 100 up there to bring it up to 4-to-1. I think we're certainly willing to work with the commission on that, whatever they feel would be most appropriate.
Are we talking about 2 footings in this area?
Probably only one, right? From
I
the
would
corner?
think only, Jara, do you have an answer for that? I think it's just one foot off the corner.
It is just one footing. The other one really does. I mean, again, we're looking at lines on a plan here that obviously can be scaled, but I believe only one footing will be within the 50. The other footing's right on the line.
It looks like it's only 11 feet. You can span that with 2x10.
Yeah, but then you're going up to 17.9, right? So you might have one at.
There needs to be 3 footings on that run of 17.9. Yeah. So I believe that there's one footing against the
You have
pool, which is
one
necessary.
here, one right around here, and then one right at the end.
Correct. Yeah.
So potentially it's a second one, but if the deck gets cut off straight, you have that one anyway. So you're adding one footing.
Adding one footing, exactly.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we proposed to do the project was approved with 3/4 crushed stone under the whole deck to prevent runoff and erosion underneath. So we propose to do the same condition under the deck in the proposed expansion.
Right.
I mean, if you need 50 more feet, it seems like you could extend yourself to the north here. Still have the same area of your deck. And you'd be beside your pool.
I don't quite follow that.
And, pardon?
Sorry, I didn't quite follow.
Well,
50 feet to the
if
north.
you look at your, the deck there, the dimension 34.3, why not push this thing north a little bit? If you want,
Yeah,
if you want,
to be honest,
if you want to have the area, if this is about a loss of square footage, it looks like you can gain it in other places besides in the 50.
yeah, and to be honest, it was more about recreating what we had before and understanding it's slightly bigger. That's what we wouldn't want to bring it out on the 34.3 or 22.8. It's not about increasing the square footage of the deck. It's about kind of creating that area that we had before.
Okay, so you don't
Understand
want to
that's
lose
slightly
any
bigger.
lawn up there, but you don't mind losing lawn on the southeast end. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's because like I said, my that where it's labeled stockpile area and to the left of that, that's where my kids all kind of play and recreate. To the right and towards the front of the house, it's not really land that we use. It's there, but it's, it's not. There's not a
So
purpose for it.
I'd go back to Mr. McFarland's comment that we issue variances in rare and unusual circumstances. And sometimes that means that we are looking for a public good as well as a private, as a private benefit. And the mitigation plantings would be that to some extent. I mean, so I don't know. I'm ambivalent about this. I'm not sure that there's a valid justification for this.
I guess I'd quickly jump in there and just say, I mean, when looking at it on the site plan here, I guess we can all see the area that we're proposing to encroach on the 50-foot buffer. But I personally believe that if we do extend the amount of square footage of mitigation plantings to something that the commission can agree on, if it is 4-to-1, or if you guys stipulate the types of plantings that are to be put there, I strongly believe that that's to a greater good of the whole condition of the site, rather than looking at it on a piece of paper and saying, well, extra 40 square foot of, a little bite.
I think some of the commissioners are looking at it from a principle, not a.
I understand.
Not a transactional sort of arrangement here. And so we're sort of arguing at two different levels here. The transactional part is I have no objection to that. But I am uncomfortable with the principle, because again, we generally denied people access to the 50. And we did allow a tiny little sliver, 10 square feet, 11 square feet, did you say? When this was first approved, and now that's quadrupled. And it's a principle, this isn't a transactional conversation from my perspective.
Could you, who's controlling the screen?
That would be me.
Could you
Cameron.
zoom out a little more, please?
Well, I guess I think where we're at, we're happy to revise our proposal to include that 4-to-1 mitigation. And we'd be willing to work with the commission on how and where they'd like that, you guys would like that located. And our view of it is that, it's a betterment, and that's kind of where we're at.
Don't run with that. That was just one commissioner. That was just me. I mean, there's.
Well, yeah, I kind of thought, I'm kind of looking at the same as well. I think that the buffer has been disturbed. It's lawn, and if we could improve that, then a single footing, which is what's hitting the ground, I might consider. The question is, what is the betterment, and how much of it do you have to do before it actually makes a difference? So I'm kind of with you on this, Chris, but
I would suggest we pull up the picture of the existing conditions that were there to kind of support your argument right there, whilst considering what you think would be fair as a trade-off in this area, which, as you've all mentioned, it's all kept lawn. And obviously, two conditions to be considered through this process. Rich has understood that this area needs to be treated with more respect in terms of the 50-foot buffer. And then also the addition of potentially what the commission recommends in terms of mitigation plantings.
We don't recommend mitigation planning. We take projects and vote on them. We don't engineer diagrams. What you need to do here is decide what you want, bring in a landscape engineer, bring in someone who's professional, who can convert this to a natural space, and give us a project. All right? But, we can go on forever, Chris, talking about, various mitigation plantings and all that, but that's not really where we're at. All right? I think we're going in the wrong direction. I'm not in favor of this project. And I think if we want to do a big time mitigation, we need to get a landscape engineer and do drawings and put all that together, Chris, because that's what we've done in other cases.
Mr. Eisenhower, this is Cameron Larson with ECR, wetland scientist. I have vast amount of experience in designing these mitigation plans as well as wetland restoration replication. Rich Carroll has hired us to take on this task. We've designed a mitigation at 2-to-1 at this point. We'd be happy to expand on that, and more than willing to, do that. My only point I was trying to make when I said we'd work with the commission is that we'd be happy to relocate if you guys had a preferred location. We identified it in a location that's closest to the wetland. That's very typical of what we do to enhance the buffer zone where it's, the least, impactful to that wetland. But we can move it up and around, and we can add additional plants. We'd be happy to prepare a plan for that.
Not up to us.
I'm not, you don't have to have anything to do with the design of it, Mr. Eisenhower. I'll do the design and I can present it to you. I'm just trying to, I think what we're trying to do is just get an idea of how much you'd like.
I think we're getting to the point where we're getting involved in things maybe we shouldn't. We receive plans, we review them from a wetland viewpoint and decide whether they're good or bad plans. That's our job. If you want to submit a large mitigation plan for this bit of 50 foot, I'm all in favor of it. But Chris, I don't think that's our subject tonight. We can go on forever discussing this, but excuse me if you think I'm out of order, but I think we're losing track of what we need to do on this project.
no, Eric, yeah, it's fine. I mean, your opinion is noted and certainly worthwhile. I'm just trying to. I mean, I could easily dismiss this on the principle that Tom has discussed. That this is a nibbling away, but I also look at the other side of the coin, which says, could we actually, is this rare and unusual in the circumstance that we have a applicant who would be willing to go well beyond what the bylaws call for, and if that's the case, then maybe we could actually make an improvement to this area. And actually do more for this wetland than what the impact is. So that's all. I'm just trying to look at it.
No, Chris, I entirely agree with you.
Yeah.
I think they should submit the plan. That's all.
That's fine. Okay.
I'm a conservationist. I'm a master gardener. I'm on I'm a sustainable gardening guy and all that. I love that. So let's do it. But, it's up to you to decide that that's the project you want to submit. That's
Chris, I agree with your sentiment, and I suppose that at the risk of setting yet just one more example.
All right, well, I know, now I know how to count first, because I just, yeah.
Sorry, something going on there? Okay, at the risk, I guess, of having just one more tiny little bite out of the wetland, I think that this would call for a more robust mitigation plan and area than 5 shrubs.
Kind of jumping on Mr. Bell's comment, Cameron, would you be able to, if there was a 4-to-1 mitigation, the conversion of lawn to native plants and the conversion of deck from disturbed lawn, I guess as a wetland scientist perspective, like how are we weighing, the deck for the lawn, or the deck for the lawn, and then the plantings for the, you know what I mean? So I guess kind of like that give and take in terms of, impact on the 50-foot buffer in the wetland. I guess what's your analysis there? Because the way I see it is the conversion of deck to lawn and the conversion of plants for native plantings from grass, those are typically minor activities in the act, but obviously, as you know, our bylaws are stricter with no disturbance in the 50. So just kind of wanted to get your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and it's exactly that. It's an accessory structure to a single family home. It's within, existing lawn, typically any type of accessory structure that's within lawn, including decks, things like pools, patios, they're all considered a minor activity. We typically go in under an RDA. Of course, in this situation, under Cohasset's bylaw, we're encroaching into the 50. Does that still take away the fact that should or not be considered a minor activity? I mean, it's converting lawn to a deck. Typically, this is looked at as a minor activity. 2-to-1 is very common with a lot of mitigation plans in a scenario like this. And I think Rich is being, very generous to offer up something like a 4-to-1. And we can certainly do that. We're happy to do that. And we certainly will prepare the plan to present it to the commission. We just want to make sure we're all in agreement that, if we're going to present the 4-to-1 mitigation, that we're good on the deck, essentially.
I personally be all right with that, and I would also say that I'd be looking for something more than just grass, something like woody shrubs, something that would more or less ensure that that area would be kept free from mowing and future kind of activities that have clearly been taking place there, albeit by not knowing the extent of the wetlands, but yeah, I'd be all right with that. It's my opinion.
I think I agree with that.
Eric, you are muted. I'm not sure if you're trying to.
Cameron, if you're want to put together a return to nature project, that's a tough one to succeed on, all right? And I encourage you to do it. If I hear you talking, you want to trade that for this little bit of deck that we're talking about here? So we're kind of, it's getting back to the transactional thing. Are we horse trading here or not? What are we saying?
I'm only pursuing suggestions that have been made by the commission. We presented a 2-to-1 mitigation, and the commission had asked for some additional mitigation. I'm only pursuing what we've.
Let me make it very clear. I will not vote for any horse trading. All right. Now, other members, there are 6 of us. You can probably get their votes. You won't get mine, because I think we have to vote for projects that are proposed. If you want to put in another project that includes the mitigation, I'm all in favor of that. And I've done it in my own garden. And I think that's our role, is to encourage you to do that. But this horse trading, a bit of the 50 hair for that and type of thing, that's unseemly, is not something we want to be involved in as a conservation commission, I don't think. Enough said by me. Maybe I'll go to bed.
No, we have a long meeting ahead of us.
My only input on this, because I haven't had any yet, is that I agree with Eric, and I see your point that you want to continue to use that area that was there, but I would be supportive if your new deck was the same, was along the lines of that red line there that was the old deck, but not the way it is now.
Okay, I'm gonna propose we continue this hearing. Cameron, is 2 weeks enough time for you to take a look at this with the client?
Yeah, I suppose if that's what Richard would like to do, if he'd like to continue it or just continue on with the project that's already been approved. Richard, if you'd like to continue it, we can certainly put together the 4-to-1 mitigation and present that to the commission. Otherwise.
Yeah, I think it was, Cameron, we can take that away. And I guess the other question I'd have for probably for Eric and William, who voiced their displeasure with the horse trading versus the principles, which I understand. But if we were to, I think it was Eric, you might have suggested going straight off the wall to the 17, like from the house to the 17.9, just like basically we'd be trading a corner for a corner. Is that something that you'd be, willing to think about?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd love to think about it. But let me emphasize, I'm just one vote.
Understood.
There's here, all right? And they're all got independent and all have different opinions, Richard. So, all's not lost.
All right, so we can look at some different options, Richard, if you'd like, changing around the footprint or.
Yeah, I mean, we can, exactly, and we can always revert back to what was approved.
All right, then at this point, we'd request a continuance from the commission to the next meeting.
Okay, this is continued then until October 20th. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
No vote needed, or we're good for October 20th?
Yeah, we don't need to vote. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Commission.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Right.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 22-31 at 438 Beechwood Street, which was a septic upgrade, and this was continued from September 22nd.
Sorry, give me one sec. I'm just promoting Rob Carlson from Grady Consulting. Hi, Rob. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Oops, what's the video there? Yep, I can hear you. So my name is Rob Carlazon from Grady Consulting. We are talking about the septic repair plan for 438 Beechwood Street, which we talked about 2 weeks ago. The hearing on this plan that we submitted was continued to this hearing. Last week, the plan was approved by the Board of Health as is, without any changes requested. All the local upgrade approvals were requested, including the setback to wetlands. The main takeaway from the last hearing with you guys was coming up with alternative analyses, which I sent 2 concepts over to Charlotte. Just kind of red line drawings just to show a slightly different rotated fields, slightly different sizing. So as of now, I have not revised the plan because the Board of Health approved the plan as is. But obviously I submitted concepts to Charlotte, so I don't know if we want to look at those or reconsider the original plan. So I'll leave it up to you guys and answer any questions or any comments you guys have.
Rob, would you like to share your screen, or would you like me to pull up any of the plans?
If you could do it, that would be fine. For some reason, I can't log in on my.
Do you want me to pull up the original plan that we've already seen or any of the concepts?
I think.
I would like to see them.
Okay, I'll pull up
Yeah,
one at a time.
Yep. Yep. So this first concept, this is kind of what was talked about at the last hearing, was basically taking the field and rotating it 90 degrees. So this kind of layout really, it's actually less compliant because we'd have to get a local upgrade approval to the front property line to the street. We'd also be extremely close to the foundation, which I don't think is a good idea, especially have all the piping and the D-box basically kind of right up against the foundation, especially since we have other open area to work with in the front yard. This does get a lot of the leaching field out of the 50-foot buffer, but it's still less compliant because of the property line setbacks. And again, we still have to reroute the water line. So either way, there's still work to be done well within the 50-foot buffer. I don't know if you want to show concept 2. So this was kind of, I kind of shortened it up and fattened it up a little bit. So it's almost like a perfect square now. Unfortunately, when you make it this shape, you have to shift the system to the right towards the wetland. So I was able to pick up about 3 feet of extra separation to the wetland. We are still closer to the foundation. It's 10 feet instead of the originally proposed 17. Again, I don't want to put the system too close to the foundation because it's an old foundation. There's kind of a weird hump kind of all around the front of the house that I don't really want to excavate or get near. I don't trust what's buried there. It could be all fill, could be foundation drains. I just don't want to get involved and get too close to the foundation. It's you can kind of see it's overlaid. So we do pick up a couple of feet of distance from the wetland. It's, in my opinion, I still personally would prefer the original design. But this would be, if you guys find this a better alternative, I mean, I would be open to redesigning to fit this layout, I guess. But again, I don't know if 3 feet is a big deal or if it's going to make a difference, but that's up to you guys I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
Can you show us the section of this again? Or of your original?
Oh, sorry, do you want to put up the original?
I want to see the section. Do you have a section?
Sorry, section of the.
Looking for a cross section here.
Cross section of the.
Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Sorry. Can you guys see that?
So Rob,
Yes.
can you remind us what is the water elevation, the groundwater level there?
It's high. It's It's about 2.5 feet below grade.
And can you go up, Charlotte? Oh, and this was a small pipe system, correct? So it's only a total of, what's the total depth of the system?
It's 5 inches, so it's an inch of the, well, actually, let's see. There's 6 inches of sand, and then there's a 1-inch thick geomat, kind of a like a foam kind of a core what do you say, hydroscopic membrane, and then a 4-inch PVC perforated pipe on top of that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Can we look at the first alternative again?
Will, you weren't here last week, correct?
Right, I don't think I'm allowed to vote on this.
Did you listen to the tape?
No.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
So this one is the most optimal in, at least in terms of impact to the wetland buffer. But you are too close to the foundation. I'd agree with that. If you've got an old foundation, 7 feet is really, that's really iffy.
Yep.
And what is the legal setback to that foundation? What does the town require?
So the Board of Health requirement for a conventional system is 20 feet. With this particular type of system, the geomat, you're technically allowed to go to 5 feet, but I don't recommend doing that, just for the reasons that we're talking about. I wouldn't that's why I said I wouldn't even go as close as 10, would be even pushing it.
So you would not need a variance to go closer to the foundation, but you would need a variance to go closer to the property line. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep, the street line.
So how far is this off the street? Let's say 10 inches? No.
I think it's like 2 or 3 feet.
Okay.
2.3 feet.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is like threading a needle here. You've got these competing issues of wetland, street, and foundation, and then you're hemmed in by bedrock to Plan West. This is tough. Can you get a variance to go another 2 feet towards the street? Then you're 9.1 from the foundation. You got to get what do you have to get to do this plan? What variance would you need? You'd need the wetlands variance from us. And you'd need a variance to go closer to the street. Is that correct? And that comes from ZBA or Board of Health, or who's going to do that?
Yep, that would be from Board of Health. So in this scenario, that on this concept here, we'd need to ask for a local upgrade to the street line. I guess it's a property line setback to the street.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 10 feet, and we'd be asking for a setback reduction down to 2 feet, basically.
2 or less.
Yeah, so we'd be,
I mean, if you ask for 2, why not ask for none?
right, and we don't want to be that close. And
So what are the impacts to this? What are the impacts for each one of these setbacks? I understand I understand the one for the foundation, and I agree completely with you about that. I mean, you don't want us to damage the existing foundation. So you really want to be as far away from that. What is the impact if you're closer to the property line, though?
Well, in this particular situation, closer to the street, they require a 10-foot setback because, as you know, there's always road work being done. There's utilities that, water lines, drain lines, underground electric lines, whatever, that kind of stuff. They can go right up to your front road,
Property line.
the front property line.
Yeah.
And you know how that goes. Sometimes they're gonna go over and they're gonna have machines, they'll be digging, and that's kind of why they build in that setback. Just for, or cars, pulling over on the side of the road. You can't drive on this system. So, you have a car that pulls over and you get a tire that goes right through the top of the system and collapses. So that's why we try to always stay away from the street for those kind of reasons. If we ever have to do local upgrades, we usually like to punish ourselves and go closer to the foundation, or we try to always maintain property line setbacks when possible.
Yeah, so this is not a good situation here. This one, it's in front of us right here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It does help the wetland setback, but it just
Yeah.
it puts a lot of other things in jeopardy.
So let me say that I really appreciate the fact that you have given so much effort to presenting these alternatives. And you've convinced me that your first design is probably the best.
Could you zoom out, whoever's controlling it? And we're convinced it can't be shifted left without rock removal.
Correct, yes, because like I said, we want to try to maintain that front property line setback, so we really can't just slide it straight to the left. We'd have to slide it to the left and towards the street to kind of maintain at least some separation from that ledge outcrop.
And if you did excavate ledge, you wouldn't get any infiltration there anyway.
Right, exactly.
Right. So
Yep.
it would essentially make that part of the system inoperable.
Right.
Or
and it's-
ineffective would probably be more accurate.
Right. Yep.
Well, wouldn't that depend on how far below the system the ledge was?
Well, by basically the Title V and design rules with this system, there's supposed to be 2 feet of naturally permeable material below it.
Naturally, okay.
Yeah, so we can't really, we're not really supposed to, just artificially bring in, sandy fill or something like that.
Okay. So I understand that your original system meets the requirements of Title V, is that correct?
Well, the term would be maximum feasible compliance. We're still asking for a couple of local upgrades, which were approved by the Board of Health.
Which
It was
were?
Yep, they're over on the right side if you want to slide over there, right above the title block. So it's just the 3 of them there. One was the wetland setback to a leaching field. 2 was the use of a sieve analysis where a percolation test could not be performed. And that was because of high groundwater tables. And then number 3 was the reduction of requirement of a 12-inch separation between the inlet and outlet tees and high groundwater, which that's kind of a common one that is asked for when we have high water tables, which is really the piping from the septic tank and the pump chamber in and out.
Robert, for the third variance, just to clarify, I think this is a variance that Board of Health gives often, correct?
Yes, I actually forgot about that one. Yep, on the left there, the local variance. use of a D-box where all systems requiring pumping shall be pressure dosed. Which is kind of, yeah, like you said, I think it's approved quite often, frequently.
Carlos, on how many people live in this house?
Is it just Mr. Marsh, Rob?
As far as I know, yes.
You know,
That's today.
you may not be able to answer this, but candidly, is this thing gonna work?
Yes. Yes.
I guess it is because you've signed and sealed it, but
Yeah,
no,
I hope so.
this is yeah, okay, that's a different answer. I hope so. I mean, this really
Is there another system that's available that would take up less area or would not need that variance to the wetland?
Unfortunately, no. Well, the biggest thing that's going on here is we really have questionable soil. We barely have 2 feet of the naturally occurring permeable material. And with that actually eliminates a lot of systems that you'd actually have to ask for Title V variances, local upgrades, and local variances. So there's only a couple of different kinds of systems you can use in this scenario where there's only 2 feet of good material to use. One of them is like the Geomat that we proposed. Another one off the top of my head is the Presby system. And the Presby system is a good system, but it would require actually all the same stuff that we're asking for on this one. We went with the Geomat because it does reduce a little bit of the mound with the final grading on top of the system.
So this is a vast improvement over the cesspool, no doubt about it.
Yes, yep,
And it's
absolutely.
And you think it's the best solution that is feasible here for this?
I do. Unless a sewer line gets installed in the street, then
Yeah, should be a wake-up call to town that there's parts of town that need to be sewered.
Yep, absolutely.
Is a closed tank system feasible?
I'm sorry?
Is a closed tank system feasible?
Like a tight tank?
Yep.
Well, those are all, you can always install those, but that really devalues the property. You have to get it pumped every 2 weeks. This is a feasible design, and tight tanks are really only for situations where you cannot get anything. And a lot of times they're on the beach, or there's really no soil. But this is, we have at least a little bit to work with. So, it's our job to design a system that can work in this situation. Tight tank is the absolute last resort in any design scenario.
So this will get inspected how frequently? Every 2 or 3 years or 5 years? What is the schedule for Title V inspections?
I'd have to check. I don't know off the top of my head.
What I'm getting at is how soon could we be assured that this is actually working properly?
I mean, you'll know within a year. It's obviously the type of thing we always recommend getting pumping, getting the septic tank and pump chambers pumped. You find out real quick if the system is not working, because the leaching field will be in failure. They'll be ponding, and but in this scenario, I think we designed the system so that this should this will function, and, based on all of the, the Geomatrix brochure and all of their design techniques, this should work. So,
So we'll know soon enough if we need to revisit this, I guess.
absolutely. Yep.
It wouldn't be an ongoing thing that was decades long, like a cesspool or anything like that.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Rob, just curious, what's the lifespan for these types of geomat alternate systems? I could be making this up, but I thought they did have a longer life expectancy if they're designed and installed correctly and maintained properly.
I actually don't know. And it's hard to say on any system because it highly depends on the owner and the user,
Right.
what you're flushing down. So it's, you can have a conventional system that fails in a couple of years, and you can have a very delicate system last for many years. So I don't like nailing down the timelines because it's, someone can install a garbage grinder and the system fails within weeks. And there's nothing we can do about it, even though we tell people, hey, you can't do this, can't do that. It's it's a tricky situation sometimes with these.
Could you zoom out on this plan, please? Just want to see the rest of the property. Okay. So I guess this would classify as rare and unusual. Where will they pump from? The clean out?
So typically the septic tank and sometimes the pump chamber is pumped out.
Yeah.
And those are located in the backyard, kind of in the back left, those two big rectangles with the circles on them.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Entertain a motion. Come on, Tom, you had I think you had the one order of condition here, so you better give it to me if I have to make a motion.
I would just say that I approve of the first design. I don't see any conditions, can't think of any conditions that haven't already been addressed by the applicants.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we approve help me here, Charlotte. What are we approving?
And we
Motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-31.
Thank you.
But do we have any conditions? That's the question.
That's, yeah.
I don't have any conditions. I think that Mr. Carlazon has produced the best design that's feasible for this site, and we're going to see whether it works. We all hope it does. And it's a good thing to get rid of a cesspool in town. I mean, that's a victory in and of itself. So.
All right, so Eric seconded. So having heard a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-31 at 438 Beechwood Street, take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower.
Aye. Eric. Aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. With Will Ashton was not at the meeting last week, so he did not participate. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Wait,
sorry, we need
Rob,
experience.
sorry. Don't jump. I need to make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
And I don't think we're going to limit this one to no heavy machinery because it's going to be there.
Yeah.
Having a motion and second to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer, at 438 Beechwood Street, we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thanks, Rob.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay,
Aye.
our next hearing this evening is a stormwater permit 22-24 at 318 Forest Avenue for a raise and a rebuild of a barn and the install of paddocks. I'll read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, October 6, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for stormwater permit 22-24 for Daniel and Kelly Bliss to raise an existing dwelling and pool area and construct a new barn and paddock at 318 Forest Avenue.
Good evening. My name for the record is Carmen Hudson from Merrill Engineering. I am being joined tonight by the homeowners, Dan and Kelly Bliss, as well as their attorney, Jeff DeLisi. However, Jeff just texted me. Charlotte, could you possibly promote him, please? He's actually going to introduce.
Yes, thank you. I see him raising his hand. There we go.
Excellent. So Jeff, if you could possibly introduce the project, I would appreciate it.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So just picking up where Carmen left off, I'm attorney Jeff DeLisi. I'm with the law firm Ornberger, DeLisi and Harris. You've met Carmen, you know Carmen. We're also here with the Blisses, who appear in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. That's Kelly and Dan Bliss. Just briefly, Kelly is a responsible, experienced horse owner. She's grown up with horses all her life, and there is a little bit of a history here so that I think the board can have some perspective, or the commission can have some perspective when it considers this application. I'm just going to take a brief minute to run through it. The Blisses recently purchased property at 306 and 312 Forest Ave, which is next to this property. They consolidated those properties, having a combined area of about 81,000 square feet. Shortly after they purchased those properties last year, they sought permits from the Board of Health to allow for a stable and a paddock to keep and to raise a few horses. The plan had been tweaked through the process to eliminate the need to seek variances from Board of Health regulations relative to setbacks from other properties. However, since the Blisses proposed to reside at the merged property within 100 feet of the facility, the Board of Health was concerned about the requested variance. And so after that process concluded, the opportunity came about to purchase this property at 318, and which is also, as I indicated, contiguous to the two merged properties. Blisses jumped at the opportunity, bought the property, taken title into an LLC for which they're the sole owners. The combined property allows for sufficient space to locate them and maintain the facility without any Board of Health variances for setback. The property at 318 alone consists of 54,000 plus square feet. It's improved with a house, a detached garage, a pool, and disturbed lawn area. The concept is to remove the existing dwelling and pool and lawn area. I believe it's to convert the convert the garage into a barn, install a fence paddock with 3 horses. So after the hearing and careful consideration of the Blisses application in August for this application, the Board of Health unanimously issued stable and animal permits to allow the Blisses to keep and stable the three proposed horses at this property. I believe that I think that the commission received this this afternoon or morning a letter from the Board of Health notifying that it had actually denied an abutter request for a hearing to reconsider those issued permits. So the Board of Health has issued permits. And when it did so, it was necessary for the applicant for the Blisses to put forward a stable management plan and for the Board of Health to consider the sufficiency of that plan. And a stable management plan is required to address manure management, vector management, predator management, and noise management. Copies of that plan, I believe Carmen filed as appended to the O&M plan that you have under consideration this evening. And Kelly is going to review that plan to address any relevant information helpful for your consideration to the extent you think that you need an understanding of how it works. What's notable is that this property is not located in a water resources protection district. It is not located anywhere near a Zone A surface water supply or a Zone 2 public water supply well. There is no resource area. There are no resource areas on the site or within the jurisdictional limits of the Wetland Protection Act or even this commission under local regs. So this is strictly a stormwater permit hearing. In preparation for this meeting, we discovered that last year the commission approved a similar project at 73 Atlantic, which contrary to this project is jurisdictional, has wetland resource areas, and involved the issuance of a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer strip. So in connection with this application, my clients have communicated with abutters. It's my understanding that the commission, Charlotte, you correct me if I'm wrong, has received letters of support from, I believe, 5 different abutters. And I'm sure, Charlotte, you probably forwarded them to the commission.
I did, yes.
Thank you. Noteworthy here also is the fact that, and Carmen will go over this in her plan, but that the Blisses are proposing to leave undisturbed about 6,600 square feet of vegetative buffer between this property and our closest abutter to the west. And also, though not required, because we meet our stormwater calculations as belt and suspenders, we're proposing a 4-inch trench in a critical area along the paddock as further protection to the property at 62 Black Rock Road owned by the Greenips. So we were provided at around 3 o'clock today with a letter from the Greenips lawyers. The commission should know that they were present. The Greenips were present and spoke at the Board of Health hearing. In reviewing this plan, and explaining why we meet the thresholds for stormwater bylaw, Carmen is going to, I believe, respond to those comments. So our application is complete. We're asking for the commission to close this hearing this evening and vote to approve. Hopefully you will agree. And as I indicated, we'll have Kelly address the issue of contaminants addressed in the stable management plan. So Carmen, if you're available.
Carmen,
Sorry, Jeff. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, thank you, Jeff. That was a great introduction to the history here. I just wanted to clarify that, as Carmen, you can just pulled up, you can see on the site plan that there is an abutting isolated vegetated wetland that's on the property next to this location, but the proposed work will be outside of the buffer zone. But just wanted to note that on the site plan that the 25-foot buffer does go through the driveway. Just wanted to point that out,
Thanks.
but we can see it now, so thank you.
Thanks for the clarification on that.
I'm sorry, is that a new driveway or an existing driveway?
An existing.
Okay. Carmen, before you get started, please, I'm going to ask our agent to quickly reiterate what she believes to be at for discussion this evening. I mean, basically, you're saying that the wetland is not within the area that we're considering. So what we are considering is a stormwater permit, correct?
Correct. That's as I understand it, but if Carmen, if you want to clarify, I believe obviously, there's going to be construction vehicles going in and out of the existing driveway. We did mark an equipment construction vehicle washing station just to prevent any possible construction, vehicles bringing dirt or anything like that up and down the driveway. And also I'd recommended that they extend the erosion control barrier further along the driveway so that we can further prevent anything there. But having said that, the proposed work that Carmen will explain appears to all be outside of that 25-foot jurisdiction. And it's just a stormwater permit.
Yes, Charlotte, it is. So once again, thank you very much. And of course, Jeff, you speak so well that then I become self-conscious about my accent, right? And I mispronounce half the things. But as you can see, the 25-foot buffer to the isolated vegetated wetland that is located over here is nowhere close to the proposed work. This existing garage will remain. The proposed work consists of raising the existing dwelling, replacing it with a new barn, grading around it so there's access to the barn, removing this pool, the patio around the pool, and all of this is already lawn. We're going to do some grading because the horses need to have a nice, the grade has to be shallow in their paddock.
Can you zoom in on this?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes. We're way out there.
Okay.
Looking at it from space.
Okay, so I really do need a bigger screen.
Keep going. Keep
but
going.
Yes, so.
No, keep zooming in.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. How is this?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Before you go on, would you clarify something for me?
Of course.
Is this property separate from the other property, or did I understand that these properties have been combined?
So they've been merged as a single property for purposes of zoning and use issues. We technically took title of 318 in a limited liability company anytime, and that was at my recommendation. Anytime that horses are involved, it's sensible to do that from a lawyering perspective. But the focus of use issues from a zoning perspective is control. And the Blisses, obviously are the only owners of the LLC, and they own the other two properties individually. So it has been merged.
Could you explain for us so is the stormwater permit for one property, or is it for the merged properties?
It's for the entire property, so that is all three of them.
Okay.
But there's no work that's being proposed on.
I understand. I'm just trying to, we're here for the stormwater permit. I want to make sure I understand the extent that we're talking.
Yeah, so this lot area that I have here, the 162,572 square feet, is for all three lots, because all three lots are being used for this single family home. So this is the Blisses single family home. I believe it was last year that we came in front of you to get approval for a stormwater permit as well for this garage. There used to be a dwelling here. We raised it, and instead of it, we put this garage and pool house, this pool patio, and the sports court. So now, on top of this, all of these facilities that serve this one single family home, there's going to be a barn also for the horses that will serve this single family home. So all of the use of the entire the previous three properties is the use of one single family home. So if I may just proceed with the work that's been proposed. So the pool and the pool patio are going to be removed, and all of this area is going to consist of lawn. This is existing lawn. This area over here is very thick overgrowth, so thick we could not enter it to survey. And it's very thick brush, and there are also some trees in it. So this area is proposed to be changed from the thick overgrowth to lawn. And this has to be graded so that the grade on the paddock is shallow. So as far as stormwater is concerned, we are actually reducing the amount of impervious. Let me see, we are reducing it by 2,554 square feet. That's including the pool. However, because we are reducing the amount of impervious primarily in this direction, also here some with the pool and the patio. So we still are just matching existing conditions. As you know, what we have to do as engineers for standard 2, which is peak rate of runoff, and for standard 3, recharge and volume, is to either match or reduce those conditions, peak rate of runoff and volume. So we match volume for every storm event, and we match peak rate of runoff for the 2-year event, I believe, and then we reduce it for the 10 and the 100. But it's just a slight reduction. So if I just may go over the 10 standards, we do not have any new conveyances of stormwater, of untreated stormwater from the site, and that is standard 1. Standard 2 is peak rate attenuation. As I explained, we match peak rate of runoff except for the 10-year storm and the 100-year storm in this direction, where we actually reduce it, but very slightly. Standard 3 is recharge and volume. As far as recharge is concerned, because we're not, because we are decreasing the amount of impervious, we don't have to provide artificial recharge, because there's already going to be more recharge into the groundwater by reducing the amount of existing impervious areas. And as far as volume is concerned, I also had mentioned that the volume will be matched during every design storm event in every direction. As far as water quality, that's standard 4. Water quality really pertains to TSS removal. What TSS is this suspended solid. So it's just dirt that, imagine silt. So if you put silt into water, it floats. So that's TSS, and that is what standard 4 really looks to treat. In this case, there is no special, total suspended solids that we have to treat for. Once again, because we're reducing the amount of impervious areas on the site. I also want to mention that in standard 4, they talk about what elements should be included in the long-term pollution prevention plan. One of them is bed waste management. Once again, that is included in the long-term pollution prevention plan. And that's what standard 4 requires, also is part of that. And that is actually another one of the standards, so I'll cover that when I get to it. Standard 5 is land uses with higher pollutant loads. Those are the loopholes. So, and I'm sorry that I'm taking time to go over this, which I don't normally do, but it is important in this one case. So standard 5, if you read the regulations, it mentions the drinking water regulations, but the drinking water regulations pertain to areas that are within zone A's, that are within zone 2s. So that is areas that are going to affect drinking water supplies. In this case, let me share this with you. Can you see this, this other colorful plan map?
Yes.
Okay, so this is something that we always include in all of our stormwater submittals. And if you take a look at these things on the right, these are the areas that we turn on in MassGIS to take a look to see if there are any zone 2s or interim wellhead protection areas or any zone A's. So what that is important for is for stormwater. So what are zone A? So zone A's are the areas that would affect drinking water supplies. So, and that is surface drinking water supply. So it encompasses an area that goes 400 feet from the limit of the bank of the surface water supply. In this case, the closest one is Lily Pond. And it goes 200 feet from any stream that, that discharges to the drinking water supply. Zone 2s are areas that are around a public well that would provide water, would recharge that well. So once again, all of these are important for stormwater, and in the standards, we need to know all of this, you know, not critical areas, some are critical areas, but areas that need additional protection. So for standard 5, the drinking water supplies apply to zone A's, zone 2s, and then zone B's under certain, you know, in certain cases and whatnot. We are not, as you can see, within any special areas. So standard 5 for a use to be a loophole, it has to be listed here, or it has to need a NPDES, you know, like a multi-sector NPDES, which is, or a stormwater NPDES, which is for uses such as marinas or mining or, you know, I don't know, let me see, gas stations, large parking facilities. And there's a list on standard 5 also of specific uses, and the use of the residential use or having a barn and having horses, you know, 3 horses is not anywhere defined as a loophole. Standard 6 now has to do with critical areas. And critical areas are like bathing beaches, ACECs. The only ACEC here in town is Straits Pond. So also those are listed on standard 6, and we are not within any critical area either. Standard 7 has to do with redevelopment, and yes, this is redevelopment because we are making changes and we're reducing the amount of impervious. Standard 8 is the construction period, pollution prevention and erosion and sedimentation control. We included that in our submittal, and it is included on our plan as well. That was one of Charlotte's comments, to include this in the plan, and here it is. Standard 9 is the long-term operation and maintenance plan, and that is where the stable management plan is included. And on this plan as well, which if you approve the project, this would be the approved plan. We also added a note to make sure that it was clear, this horse facility maintenance note, that the maintenance plan, the long-term pollution prevention plan, includes the stable management plan. Standard 10 is the prohibition of illicit discharges. What that means is that you cannot connect things such as a sewage pipe to your infiltration system, or connect it to a catch basin, or anything that has to do with stormwater. And there is an illicit compliance, illicit discharge compliance statement in our submittal, also signed by the owners, saying that they will, you know, make sure that this does not happen. And then as a redevelopment, there has to be an improvement of our existing conditions. And as I mentioned before, we are going to be reducing considerably the amount of impervious areas on site. And also we're adding now structural and non-structural stormwater controls. And again, I apologize for this long presentation. Normally I don't take so much time for each of the standards, but I just wanted to do that before I quit. And this is going to be very quick, if I may. I don't know if maybe I should not, but I just wanted to go very quickly over the letter that we received this afternoon just with very quick answers. So the concerns that were expressed in the letter that we received by the Greenleaf's attorney. The first point is concerned about having used only the impervious areas in our calculations. In our models, we have to use everything, impervious and pervious areas. However, the concern here in item 1 is you shouldn't consider just the impervious, because when the ground is frozen, then the lawn will be impervious as well, and that should be considered in the design. We don't do stormwater design like that at all. That is the fact that something can freeze and a current lawn area can become impervious, I guess, if it's frozen, is not how we design stormwater. So that really has nothing to do with stormwater design. Number 2 is saying that there is only 90 cubic feet of capacity in the system, and the person that they consulted doesn't think that is enough for the winter season, when once again concerned about things getting frozen. There's actually not 90 cubic feet, there's 120 cubic feet of capacity in the system that we have there. And I did not take any credit on the trenches at all. But regardless, it's a matter of checking the volume and the peak rate of runoff, and it works. Especially in this direction, it gets the peak rate of runoff gets reduced, as I mentioned, during the 10 and the 100-year storms, and then everywhere else it matches. So that doesn't pertain either. Then the third item is it just doesn't, the person that they contracted doesn't think that one test pit is sufficient, and that we needed to continuously dig up until we hit bedrock. Once again, that is not necessary. One test pit is sufficient. We found that we have sandy loam and that water was encountered 20 inches down. So what the location of the groundwater was the limiting factor here for our design. We didn't have to continue going down. We went down to 3 feet down from the surface, but we didn't have to continue going down until we found ledge. There is no point to doing that.
Ms. Hudson, can I interrupt for a minute, please?
Of course.
How many points are there on this letter?
There are, and that's why I don't know. There are 7 points in this letter. I'm trying to keep it very quick, but if you don't think I should go through it, I will not.
Well, I mean, I think that what we have in front of us is contention between two abutters here, or an abutter and a homeowner. I think that this is probably going to need a third-party reviews to actually iron things out, because we have no way to know if your contention or the neighbor's contention is what really should be looked at here. So I want to slow this down a little bit. If the other commissioners want to continue to hear it, then we'll go ahead and hear it. But so much information's being passed on that I'm not sure we're actually gaining much information from this. I don't know. Other commissioners, you want to keep going, or you want to?
Yeah, I mean, if we're addressing a letter that was that was received today, I mean, we haven't really had time to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we need time to kind of review that information, and I would tend to agree that if there's some disagreement between assessments or what have you, that third party would probably be appropriate.
And as far as third party, we anticipated that the commission would want that. So
well, it's not agreed upon at this time, but it's something that I mentioned from my own perspective.
I was just going to say is that's certainly within your purview, and we have no objection to that whatsoever. It might allow us to flush out some of these issues.
Okay, I will say a few things just from the commission standpoint. One is, I understand that there's thick overgrowth out here. Unfortunately, it cuts off your contours and we're not it's hard to look at this map and know exactly what's going to happen on certain areas. What's more important is whether or not you've actually looked at your drainage areas. I mean, have you divided this site into drainage areas and what's actually happening in each of these drainage areas?
Yes.
And have the trees have the trees over 12 inches all been mapped on this on your work? Are there not trees of 12 inches? Or are they just not identified at this point? And then also, has anyone taken a look to see if is there any habitat out here that, or have you determined that there is no heritage or endangered species habitat out here?
So if I may,
Yes.
the subcatchment area plans were included in our submittal. So these are the 3 different subcatchment areas. The abutter that has concerns is here on the west. So I have been concentrating on this subcatchment area. But there is 3 subcatchment areas existing, 3 subcatchment areas after. And we have included all of the NHESP estimated habitats, the priority habitats, not just the certified vernal pools, but also the any potential vernal pools. I checked on that. There is nothing around.
Sorry, Carmen, can you clarify for the overgrowth area? I know you said it was too overgrown to survey, but I did, when I went out to the site with the owner, I did see that there were a handful of, trees that were in this area, but I guess, is that something that your team looked at least from that perspective of the, the trees sticking out of the overgrown area?
So we cannot walk into this area. That is why we don't have any topography or information on this area. All I did here was I just included some, actually not here, it's on my response. I included a picture so that you could see, but I'm glad that you went to the site. The trees that were mentioned, the trees have been located outside of this overgrowth area because the overgrowth would have to be cleared in order for us to be able to enter it. Something that we could do is maybe try to shoot a few trees reflectorless, but I just don't know how much that would be worth. We just cannot enter this without clearing the area.
Ms. Hudson, you do have another source for topography, and it's probably even superior to your land surveying. It's called a digital elevation model. There's a recent one in 2018 by NOAA. It is plus or minus 10 centimeters in elevation and about 5 centimeters horizontal. So you don't actually have to go out there to fill in the contours, first of all. Secondly, I'd like to see where the tree line is here, and I don't see it on this map. Do you have another map where you show the margins of the tree and brushed area?
Yeah, so this is the, and probably it is because I haven't zoomed enough, but this line, this bubbly line over here, that is the limit of the,
okay.
the
Oh, yeah,
brush.
sure, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
That's very helpful.
So I don't know if there are any other questions that could be addressed or.
Yeah, just wanted to double check on that too, because we do have a comment in the audience from John Greenup, I believe 62 Black Rock Road. So he's just asking for the opportunity to address the board as a direct abutter when the applicant has completed, their presentation. So I guess, did we want to move on to that, or?
No, I'd like to make sure commissioners don't have any other comments, but.
Agreed, yeah.
But again, I am going to reiterate that there has to be more information as far as the contours. And particularly, I'm looking at an 86 contour, which currently suggests that the the drainage area, you know, all your kind of lines of drainage were heading towards the planned southwest, and yet the contours are almost perfectly south, and quite, and you know, they start with an 86 contour, which disappears to nowhere. So we're not quite that, and that's actually heading back towards the pool and then kind of coming around the other direction. So I do think we have to, as Tom said, there's other opportunities for that. And I do think it's important that we understand the magnitude of how many trees of size or of large size are being taken out of here. But
Chris, I'm looking at the contours now based on that digital elevation model. And at least one of the subcatchments seems to converge at 70 Black Rock Road, right about where their swimming pool is. So if you scroll up a little bit, let's look at the vectors that have been drawn for the direction of surface water flow. Did we have a map of that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably needs a little bit of adjustment, but not a lot, I would say. But yeah, then the other one here, this I can't read it. It's EX2. Is that SX2? It looks like that converges on another swimming pool at 100 Black Rock Road. So basically, that's where your runoff is going. And then of course, the property to the west, actually, much of it avoids that. It's going to end up in a spot that I'm fairly familiar with, where there's a spring that's discharging right across the street at Black Rock Road, and forms a wetland that's unmapped by the state. So I think maybe a little bit more analysis of the subcatchments would be valuable here. They look pretty, they're more or less right, but I think they could be refined a bit more. It looks like some of a substantial amount of runoff is going to end up on 70 Black Rock Road by the looks of things.
Tom, could I possibly get that website? Maybe if you could send it to Charlotte, and Charlotte could email it to me.
Sure, be happy
our
to
surveyors.
send you a link to that. That's
That would be great. Thank you so much.
It's called Digital Coast. It's produced by NOAA, and it has all the most recent elevation models. This has all been done under post-Sandy funding to establish areas of hazard along our coasts, and it extends, I believe it extends in as far. There's another older one in 2016 that is also adequate for what you're doing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other commissioners have comments at this time? And Carmen, I'm sorry if I cut you off, if there was more you wanted to present besides.
No,
letter.
actually, I talked too much about the standards. I already went through that. So no, there's really nothing else. I thought that I should go through the letter that we had just received, but yes, absolutely. All of us just received it, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Commissioners, does anyone else have a comment at this time?
Well, I just want to mention that it looks like if that paddock is going to be graded or whatever, obviously this is a disturbed area of greater than 5,000 feet. So you do need a stormwater permit to operate here. So even though you're reducing the impervious area, you're disturbing quite a large area here. So I think we're going to have a lot to say about some of this. And we need to have accurate topographic information to understand how your proposed mitigation is going to work.
Yes.
Charlotte, I'm not hearing anything else from commissioners. If you'd like to
Sure.
promote Mr. Greenup, I'm just going to ask that he address this from a stormwater perspective and you know, this isn't a court of law for items outside of stormwater at this time, so.
Hi, John, can you hear us? John, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hey, if I could, you know, maybe he speaks, maybe he doesn't, but I do have somebody with me, the person that I brought in to help me. His name is Mark Haley. If you
Okay.
could, if you could bring him in as well, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. And there he is.
Yeah, so if I could just address the group, I've been listening for the last few sessions, and I've got to say, I've got a newfound respect for this committee, especially on the deck issue. But so I appreciate all the hard work you do. I do want to start off by saying that I am not opposed to somebody putting a horse paddock in their backyard behind me from a general standpoint. I brought up these concerns that I believe are technical in nature. I think I appreciate Tom bringing up the point of the contours. I brought this up in a previous hearing that I felt that more work needed to be done for the work for other regulatory and Cohasset to review. When I first learned of the request, I looked through all of the regulatory, and I felt like I'd be well protected by the regulations in the town of Cohasset. I do feel quite a bit vulnerable right now in front of this committee. I feel very vulnerable based on where we've come to date from that first hearing. And that's why I wanted to start off by saying that not necessarily opposed, but when you look at the contours at the side yard, Charlotte, would you mind pulling up that big map again for us?
Yes, Carmen, would you mind sharing your screen again? Thank you.
I have the fortunate or unfortunate industry of actually being a bit in the industry that a lot of the folks are here. If you could blow it up even more so that you could, you may be able to see the back of my house.
I can't.
Maybe not, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. So I have at the just to the south of my house is a patio, and beyond that, further south is a side yard, and the elevation of that side yard is 70, elevation 70. And I want to make note that it's pretty parallel over to that brush that does have many trees in it, and I appreciate the committee asking for a more detailed description of what lies in that growth. But I think once we get those contours that you requested, and I greatly appreciate that, what we're going to see is a significant slope from the paddock back to my yard. In the previous meeting that I was afforded the time to speak, I noted that many occasions about 12 months ago, we all remember we had significant rain events. I had some ponding in that side yard, and that ponding came from up in that area just because of general slopes. And in that instance, I just know that it's water, and eventually, you know, we're in a very difficult soil environment, as we heard from some of the other guys trying to get septics. We've got a lot of ledge in Cohasset. We've got a lot of peat. That's why what's it called? Long Rocky Coast or something, right? Cohasset, but it doesn't drain very well. But my concern and my concern continues to be why I feel vulnerable. I know we're concerned about wetlands. I know we're concerned about drinking water, but I'm concerned about my backyard. I'm concerned about my, kids and grandkids playing in that yard. And runoff is fine when it's water, but when runoff contains significant amounts of ammonia and these sorts of elements, I get concerned. So those are the concerns that I brought up before. And I appreciate you wanting to hear more. I welcome a third party. And what I'd like to do is if you would allow Mark to just give a few comments, maybe not, we don't want to disrupt. I know you've got other folks coming in, but I just want to introduce Mark as somebody I brought in because in this instance, I'm an abutter. I'm just a citizen. And I wanted to make that point that I am not necessarily against somebody doing this. This isn't about that. This is about health and safety and welfare for me and my family. And that's why I felt compelled, so that if the committees didn't necessarily want to listen to me, they would listen to somebody who is an expert in the field, got a tremendous amount of respect for Mark and who he is and what he represents. When I first called him to talk to him about this, I didn't say, Mark, I want you to agree with me. I asked him if I should be concerned. That's what I asked him. So if you allow him to introduce himself, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Haley?
Good evening, commissioners and Charlotte. I'm just going to cover three things because it sounds like you're going to go to a third-party review. But what John was just saying is important to understand here. Is the topography is critical. The paddock is at 85, 86. His backyard is in the low 70s. So we have a significant topography slope going there. The next piece, which is critical also, which Carmen sort of brushed off, that we didn't need to know where the bedrock is. Well, if you look around their current pool, you have ledge outcrops. John Greenup has a ledge outcrop in the back of his yard. So ledge is going to control runoff on this site. When they only dug this test pit at this small little tension area, they only dug down 30 inches and they found, quote, sandy loam. If you were designing this as a septic system, you would be required to at least dig to 10 feet to determine whether or not you were in bedrock or ledge. They didn't do that, and they have no idea where the ledge is in the rest of the site. But ledge is going to control runoff of this site, and I think, as you said, Mr. McFarland, it's all running to the west and to the south. And the worst part, and I think it was Tom also said, looking at his maps from NOAA, it's going to be in this southwest corner that we're going to get breakout from that slope with this water. And your regulations say we're trying to improve water quality in the town of Cohasset. And we have a paddock that, as John indicated, is going to have contaminants from the horse uses, which has high nitrogen. If you were doing this as a residence, you design this as a Title V system, not just a small infiltration system where we're infiltrating stormwater, which is coming off of rainfall. This is a different animal. I understand it's not covered in the regulations, probably anywhere, but it's something you will need to consider as we go forward. The other is that infiltration system is being built in fill. They're raising the grade along that whole edge so that the person to the south, in fact, is going to be on a slope that is less than 3-1. And under Title V, you don't want that because you're going to get breakout. So it's something that's going to need to be considered. And the last is I'll say tonight is the water table is only down a foot, 1.7 feet from ground surface today. So you have very high groundwater, you have shallow bedrock, and you have slopes going into the south and to the west that's going to control groundwater runoff and contamination from the use of this facility. Thank you.
Mr. Haley, could I ask you what your credentials or profession are?
Yeah, sorry. I should have said that, is
That's fine.
I work for Haley and Aldrich Inc. in Boston. And I'm a trained, I'm a PE, and I am a geotechnical engineer that has been practicing for over 40 years in the geotechnical arena of technical services.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Greenup, sorry to, I see Lee Gilligan raising her hand. I believe she's your legal counsel. Do you wish to promote her? She's raising her hand in the audience.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, Lee. Did you have anything to add to Mr. Greenup or Mr. Haley's comments?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I took a long time to be promoted there. Good evening. I am with law firm Sullivan and Worcester, partner with Jen, who authored the letter that you all received today. She's at another hearing this evening. I appreciate you want us to be brief, and so I shall. I wanted to raise one point because I think that water quality is being diminished by the applicant in a very serious manner. And I do think that the commission has the right, the responsibility, and the ability to review water quality. I think they're taking a very narrow view of land uses with higher pollutant loads, which include areas of uncovered or uncontained storage of manure expressly under the regs. The drinking water standards are separate and distinct. This is a way by where they can define land uses with higher pollutant loads based on uses. So I want just to make that point because I think that the commission should be considering water quality here. I appreciate that a third-party reviewer will touch and review that as well, but I wanted to make the point.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I'd ask Kelly Bliss to just just take a minute to address this issue of contaminants and what what the management plan is for the manure here, so that the board can understand our position a little better in that regard.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Thank you for inviting us and hearing us tonight. I too appreciate your efforts. I wanted to just quickly run through in your submittal, you'll see the approved Board of Health plan, which is inclusive of what they classify as stable management plan, which is a prudent plan for any managing of equine facility, in this case, a backyard residential facility. And within that plan, as Jeff had indicated, there are several components that need to be included. And I don't know if you want to pull that actual plan up. I have, there's a copy of it. I'm looking at a copy of it now. But within that plan, maybe Carmen can bring it up. Yeah, maybe Carmen could bring it up. The components of that plan include a manure management plan, a vector management plan, a predator management plan, noise management plan, and of course, the addition of a continuous improvement plan, which is always prudent for managing the health of the equine and obviously the health and safety of the site itself. Within the management plan, manure management plan, it's obviously that's the largest component of this, and it's probably the most relevant as we go forward. It's a small backyard facility. And work on a small backyard facility is required daily, weekly, monthly. We have to follow a schedule for that. And what I would say is what's critical and materially different from most backyard barns in our management manure plan is several factors. One, obvious cleaning of the horses, the barn and the stalls on a daily basis. And then additionally, what is really important is that we intend to pull all of that manure waste and maintain it in a contained, covered dump trailer, and to work with our local Holly Hill Farm, which has appreciates the manure and welcomes the manure. They use it in their education programs for all of our local schools. And so through a relationship with Holly Hill, we intend to take that manure off-site on a regular basis. They use it as, obviously, it's natural fertilizer, and that will happen with Holly Hill. Additionally, within that plan, you see how we also proposed a pasture management, which is largely unheard of. But there are these new modern ways to manage pastures. Horses tend to stay closer to the barn, which is on the farthest end of that pasture that is laid out there. But when they are in that pasture, we intend to maintain those pastures by way of this fun little pasture vacuum system, where you basically go through and ensure that you're cleaning the pasture out on a regular basis and bringing it into that covered. I mean, these provisions that were submitted within the Board of Health, one, were really appreciated and applauded by the Board of Health, and pointed out to that we're really and truly trying to make sure that all of our abutters' concerns, the Green Ups were the only concerned butter. Several other, as you can see by way of our submission, butters submitted letters of support and have been very supportive of our overall project and in the way that we've maintained the entire project.
So just to piggyback on that, I think Attorney Gilligan had mentioned water quality and an issue with respect to storage of manure. And I think that this plan actually addresses that. And to the extent that the board or the commission wishes to adopt any conditions of approval, very specifically, I think that it would be wise to adopt a condition of approval that requires the manure to be placed in a container with a cover after it's picked up and before it's moved off site. And this plan talks about the frequency of picking it up and so forth. And so it was sufficient for the Board of Health, and this issue of contaminants I think is probably best addressed through sanitary standards and the Board of Health, and they seem to be perfectly satisfied. So that's pretty much all I have to add. I think that we'd be happy to work with Charlotte on a third-party review. I think that that's, and certainly Carmen is going to need to do some work as discussed with respect to contours and the plan and the like. So,
Ms. Bliss, I saw that if I'm not mistaken, the paddock area was 16,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically 200 by 800 or something along that line? Is that approximately correct, Carmen?
I don't think it's that big.
Carmen, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I can measure it. I don't have
No,
my.
I'm just, you don't need to measure it tonight. The reason I ask is whether or not is it that size because that's how much land you have, or is it that size because that's, eighth of an acre around and around or something like that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, we actually have, the ability to make it bigger. We're trying to accommodate, obviously, by virtue of the Board of Health meeting, we actually maintained, we originally had in the original submission, there was the intention to clear and make grassland more on the west side of the property, and we opted to leave it all untouched. That brush area to the left, that entire distance to this entire property, abutting the Green Ups property. And so, this is an optimal, obviously, structure for the horse paddocks. You'll see that it's divided into a paddock that keeps them closer to the barn. Mostly horses like to stay closer to the barn. It's just sort of how they are. Additionally, for the health of horses, you typically don't want to put them out in a grass, and eating too much grass. They tend to be like dogs. Sometimes they might overeat. And so maintaining them not in a pure grassy area all the time is good for their health. And I have one horse that tends to overeat. So the bigger pasture would probably only be used on rotation.
Ms. Bliss, you have a plan for the manure.
Yep.
Urine contains a great deal of urea, of course, which is nitrate. How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, horses have evolved where over time where they actually tend to pee and poop inside their stalls, especially urine. It's been, I actually have owned horses all of my life, and I own 2 right now. And most of the time they urinate in the stalls. And a part of our management plan is to have those stalls obviously bedded with wood chips and shavings. But in addition to that is have those stalls with a thick rubber mat. It's not only good for the horse's joints, but it's also good to contain any urine. And then it just gets cleaned out on a daily basis. And that's another reason why, we have these rotating pastures. We want to maintain the health of the land as much as the health of the horses, and providing them enough square footage is obviously good on their health as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
I just did the calculation. It's 100 by 160. I know you thought it was 800. That'd be quite a bit large.
Oh, 100 by 160. 100.
And
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question of the Blisses. Is in their submission to the Board of Health, they had a subsurface drain to the west and they had a subsurface drain to the south that picked up all the water coming off the paddock and running it into a leach system that was almost 3 times the size of what this is. And I'd like to understand why that's been changed dramatically from what they proposed to the Board of Health.
I actually would like to answer that question if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's up to the chair.
No, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the design that I put together for the Board of Health was not a final design. The Board of Health wanted to see where, if there was going to be an infiltration system and where it might be. The only reason that I showed an infiltration system in the Board of Health plan was to give them an idea of where that infiltration system might be. The final grading, this is very close to the grading that was there in my first Board of Health plan, but as Kelly had mentioned, originally what we were proposing was to make all of this lawn area. Because of the concerns by the Greenups during our first Board of Health hearing, we changed it, and we are showing 6,600 square feet of this area, which is that thick brush with some trees, to be left untouched. This depth here is about 30 feet, and over here is 45 feet. This wasn't a consideration for that preliminary design that I was just showing to show, okay, we're planning to have a drainage system in this location to be designed, during the stormwater permitting process. But also, I didn't change that big system, even though we weren't going to remove this and convert it as lawn, because the only reason that we need a stormwater system here at all is not because of impervious, because as you know, we are reducing the amount of impervious, but it's because we are removing brush and we are replacing it with lawn. So the coefficient, the runoff coefficient of brush is less than that of lawn, and therefore we needed to make up with an infiltration system. That's all, but it wasn't a final design. This is what the design is. But I really, the Blisses and Jeff explained that we are okay with hiring a third party reviewer that will be looking at this, from a stormwater perspective, which is what we're here for. So if the commission, actually, Jeff and Kelly, would you like to ask the commission to hire a third-party reviewer?
I don't think we're quite at that point yet, Carmen.
No?
I think there's a few things that we want to see ahead of time. I'd also like to say that the stormwater regulations of Cohasset are they require that your post-development conditions are equal to or less than your pre-development conditions. Obviously, your neighbors are concerned because of livestock and because of what they don't know, or maybe they do know what potentially could be in the runoff. And I'd just like to say, as you look at this a little more closely, looking at the contours, looking at existing trees, looking at your catchment sub-catchments, there's a big piece of land out here and a lot of opportunity to do more than a 1 foot by 1 foot deep, or in the back on the north side, the 4-inch deep trench. And I'm going to just make a personal suggestion that maybe you look at the actually doing something that actually improves the condition and maybe puts your neighbors a little bit at ease, because you certainly have the land here to do it. And it just seems that it would make everyone's job a little easier if that was expanded. You're going to have a big earth mover out here anyway. I mean, you could put rain gardens in, you could reduce runoff 50% on this property, and neighbors,
Yeah.
sleep at
Listen,
night.
Mr. McFarland, I really appreciate you saying that. And I think we have really every intention of making sure that the expansion of the use of this property and the land, and really what we're after is frankly, probably unheard of. We brought 3 properties together. We're really trying to, diversify some of the landscape. Probably this is not probably what usually gets in front of the Board of Health. We're really trying to do right by all of our neighbors, because we truly believe that, this type of land use is obviously not only by land use right, but is in spirit of what Cohasset's trying to do, and not, build on what could be subdivided into many different homes and totally different land use. We're really trying to, bring beauty and conserve some of this land back to its original land use, which was to house cows and horses on this property. So have every intention of continuing to refine this plan and make sure that it not only meets the standards by which we need to for all of the conditions, but to do what we can by our neighbors.
I mean, just to be fair, Chris, this is not the design that we began with. We've already taken, and also to be fair to us, you have received letters of support from these 2 neighbors, amongst others. It's only this one neighbor that it has concerns. And I understand that we are missing topography, and we will address that. But I just don't want the point to be missed that we have changed our design. First of all, our original design was over here. After purchasing that 3rd lot, now the design is over here. We were originally proposing to, make everything lawn. And we changed the design by adding this 6,600 square feet not to be touched in this area. And also this trench, we don't need the trench. That's why I didn't connect it to the infiltration system. We don't need it at all for
I
stormwater management.
understand. I understand.
I don't think you should dismiss the legitimate concerns of one abutter just because it's only one abutter though. The list, I haven't gotten into it in detail because we just got it today, but appears to be some legitimate concerns there.
And we'll be able to address those concerns. I'm just trying to understand if, how you want this process to occur. In other words, are we to address it through the process of a review engineer, or what's the next step that the commission would like to see so that we could address those issues?
Well,
Because after all, we're applying stormwater standards, right? So
right.
it's a science, there's calculations, there are rules to follow.
Correct. But the rule, the first rule is what needs to be on a drawing. And I brought up a couple concerns. Mr. Bell brought up a couple concerns. And it impacts how we evaluate the stormwater and where it's discharging to, and we're basically listening to testimony from you and your clients and their engineer, and an abutter and his engineer. And there's a 40 to 60 foot swath in between the two properties that we have no information on, and so it makes it very difficult to analyze the testimony that each of you have given. And so the first step, the next step, is to have all the information so that we can look at a plan and start to understand what's really out there. I might recommend, and it's up to the board as a whole, I might recommend that we visit this site. I don't think we visited the site when the first two properties were together, because we'd all driven by it 100 times and we pretty much knew what it was. But certainly the way that the land falls off to the neighbors and how it's, how the stormwater is going to act in the future. I think it's important for us to get out there and to see it. So I'm gonna recommend that this hearing is continued, that Ms. Hudson completes this drawing, this plan to the best of her abilities using whatever means necessary, and then the commission should set up through Charlotte a site visit so that we can actually spend some time and try to understand the property a little more clearly.
And so that would be in lieu of a review engineer at this point, or in
No.
addition to?
That would, no, well, again, I'm only one commissioner here. If the rest of the commission wants a third-party review at this time, they can recommend that. I think this is the next step, and that potentially if we are still uneasy about kind of the situation, having read comments and rebuttals, then we may at that time look. I mean, I would recommend that at that time we look for a third-party review. But
so you're aware, Charlotte was on site. We walked the property with her. My husband, I was in a meeting, but my husband walked the property with her at length, and she, took pictures. And so I don't know for what that's worth. Some of that's already been done, but
right,
we work from home too, so we welcome you.
So, oh, you welcome us. Okay, I thought you were going to tell us to stay away because you.
Oh, no. I just didn't know if it's easier. She also has spent quite a bit of time on the property, but we work from home, so.
I know, but it's very difficult to see photographs and understand the different parameters.
No, we appreciate that.
Yeah, one thing I did discuss with Dan is like, I try to take the best photos possible, but one of the most difficult things to see on photos is definitely, you know, elevation contours in the ground. Like I try to take photos at a certain angle. It's just not the same as walking the site, but you know, we do our best here. I guess, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, do we want to continue the hearing upon a site walk and revision of the plans, or did the commission also wish to vote on whether or not we want a peer review? Just clarifying, you know, we normally vote on the peer reviews as recommended by our legal counsel. So that's something that we can choose to do tonight, or if we wanted to continue the hearing just upon the site walk, we can do either.
I think it would, my personal opinion is it would be better for everyone to have a chance to look at the letter, to digest. I think if Carmen could give us some, her rebuttal if she'd like to. I think it's important for everyone to understand the process, the kind of the overall intent and contention by others before we bring on a third party. But that's, again, that's my opinion. If you want me to take a vote.
No, I'm good with either. Just wanted to clarify. I guess that's what the majority, you know, what does the commission want to do?
I share the chair's opinion. We should get the drawings clarified, have some time to read the letter before we vote on it.
I agree.
Also agree.
You know, Charlotte, if we're going to do a third-party review, we have to be very specific what we want them to achieve.
Correct.
I think it's very, very premature now to give a very specific direction to the third-party review. We're all very new with this project.
Agreed. Oh, that's a great point. Thank you.
If I may, I actually prefer having a third-party review because it's an expert that is working on your behalf, that is looking at all of the regulations within your purview and is looking at my work and can ask for all clarifications and understand what is needed in order to satisfy, you know, all of the requirements. Of course, that's my personal opinion. Yes, I understand that the plan has to, all the areas that haven't been surveyed need to be, you know, more detailed topographic information needs to be added based on, you know, something other than on the grand survey. We can do some refractorless, you know, and have some estimations of where trees are within that brush as well. Unless, Tom, you know, another website that would show that, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, so personally, I know that it is a cost to my client, but I think it keeps everything within, you know, in perspective with the regulations that are being protected here, which are stormwater regulations.
Yeah, and all I'm suggesting is if we're gonna have it to get it in the queue, I'm just thinking about timing, and we do a site visit and then have another hearing and then have another hearing after that. We kind of get him in the queue now. You can direct him or her once that person is hired and after you've received Carmen's plan, but at least they've looked at it and they could react a little more timely.
Well, as Mr. Eisenhower said, the third-party review is critical, but it's critical that we give them direction. And until we fully understand the parameters that we need to give them those directions from, it really is not fair to anyone on either side of this. So we are not going to. I mean, I'll take a vote, but you just heard 4 other commissioners say that they didn't think it was the appropriate time yet. And if you'd like me to take a vote, I'll take a vote. But it's highly unlikely it's going to happen tonight. I'm happy to take a vote if it makes you feel better. But
No, I defer to the straw poll. I just wanted to express my concern about timing and
understood. Okay, so we're going to continue this hearing for 2 weeks till October the 20th. Ms. Hudson can add the information that she would like to the plan, hopefully giving us a better feel for some of the missing pieces, which include topography and trees and catchment areas. And the commission will spend more time with the letter and information that was provided to us today. And we will move ahead from there on October the 20th.
I'll work with Kelly and Dan as well to organize a site visit with the commission. So
That'd be great.
Yes, question. The site visit, would that be all of the commissioners that are interested in visiting the site going at the same time?
Yes.
Or would it, okay, thank you.
Yes, it would not, it is not a continuation of this hearing. It is purely a visit for us to observe the property. It is not a time for deliberation or discussion. It's really just for each of us to go out and to try to get a better feel for what is being proposed. Obviously, anything that I don't know if you've done anything as far as staking or marking, if anything like that has been done, or if Ms. Hudson says, I know exactly where this corner post is, then that's great. Other than that, we'll just kind of try to get a feel for the land and try to understand what's being proposed.
It is helpful to have
Chairman,
things
Mr.
flagged
Chairman.
out there for us when we're there. If you want to demonstrate something that is related to your plan, flagging is really valuable for us. We might just ask, well, where is this, and maybe even why isn't it flagged?
Okay, okay. Once again, everything outside of the brush area, I mean, it's really just the paddock because the building is obvious.
So
But,
I think flagging the paddock corners would be valuable.
yes, but it would only be these two corners over here that are within the grass area, because the other two corners are within that brush that we cannot access.
Well, you can put a flag along the line, even if you don't get quite to the corner.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Good.
If there is anything else that you would like to see, maybe Charlotte can send me an email as far as any other information that you would like to have staked out. What we'll do is we'll stake out, put some stakes along this line of the paddock and this line of the paddock and these two quarters. I don't think we really need to stake the, two corners of the barn, but you can see where the house is.
And the garage you say is being removed, correct?
No, the garage is staying.
The garage
The
is.
garage is staying, yes.
Carmen, just a couple other things that came to my mind. A lot of the trees marked to be removed on the plan are probably pretty easy to find in the field, but if you wanted to, spray paint them or something, we could do that. And then maybe just the general location of the infiltration chamber. At least when I was out there, I couldn't find the test pit hole right away, but
okay,
might be good just to show us where that was. But other than that, those are the only two things I can think of. Because there's, we don't have to walk the wetland flags, at least on this side of the property.
Sure. Would you like me to, so the wetland flags should be there still.
Yes. Oh, I meant, sorry, around the horse paddock, it's not
okay.
like we have to flag additional wetlands or anything, so.
Oh, yeah, no, so there are no other wetlands, but we'll put stakes along the paddocks as I mentioned, then we'll flag the trees and we'll put one stake where the infiltration system is proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I would also like to invite if they'd like to see our property just from the other side, just because against that fence, where that water rushes down, as I stated earlier, really, in those severe rainstorms, it really kind of catches there and runs. If you want to see it from my side, let me know when you're coming out. I'm happy to meet you there. And I appreciate all of your hard work.
Thank you very much.
And I was going to add, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Greenup has had a survey done of his property, which has topo at that lower property. And I think if Carmen would like to have that information, that would be very valuable for her to fill in between what she has in her survey and what is down below. Would that be helpful for Carmen?
Yes, the only thing is the datum. I'm just going to check this. We are on an assumed datum. So because there are no floodplains anywhere around or anywhere on the site. So I wouldn't be able to correlate one with the other. However, the site that Tom referred to, we can, unless, I mean, what it would be nice to have it anyways, and I will forward it to our surveyors because our surveyors can just match make all of the datums match. So yes, if you
I
don't
think
mind.
that's quite critical.
I would agree, Carmen, that the surveyors can figure out the datums.
I think I think the engineer getting on your next call did the survey, so he might be able to help out too. You know, and if he's listening, I'm sure he'll help out.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, so we're continuing this till October the 20th. Thank you very much for this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next hearing this evening is Stormwater Permit 22-16 at 46 Black Rock Road. This was continued from September 22nd, 2022.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Promoting Pat Brennan from Emery Engineering, Tiffany Harrison, who's the Tiffany and Paul Harrison, who are the applicants, 46 Black Rock Road, and Joe Webby from Webby Engineering is the applicant's engineer. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Pat, would you mind sharing your screen and going through just a summary of, all the documents you looked at and what your kind of final comments and recommendations were for this commission?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes, you can.
All right. So 2 weeks ago, I presented my letter to the commission. And so this is a follow-up letter. Mr. Webby had revised the plans and submitted revised plans and drainage calculations to address the comments in my letter. I will not go through the comments that have been addressed. So I'll just go down. There's a couple of comments down here, down the bottom. Comment number 11 was about the operation and maintenance schedule. They did update it. However, they didn't include any or much detail on the maintenance of the emergency outfall basin, and I'll get to that a little bit more in a minute. Basically, what they did with that basin is they've designed it, and again, I'll show that. Well, actually, I'll show it right now. So this is the emergency outfall basin down here. What they did is they moved it down the slope so that this test pit was within the footprint of that basin. This down here, if you can hopefully see that, is the section through the basin. So they're showing 8 inches of sand, 4 inches of planting soil, and 3 inches of mulch. So that's essentially the same types of layers that you see in a rain garden.
Yes.
So in my letter, what I've asked them is to include some maintenance tasks that are normally associated with a rain garden, which is or also called a bioretention basin, which is yearly mulching, pruning of the shrubs that would be in there. And that's just basically to ensure that it continues to function as designed. The other comment that they did include a construction sequence on the plans. However, on the construction sequence, and I'll go back to the plan because it's on this one. So the construction sequence is right here. And basically what I'm saying, so first is to clear and grub the construction site, excavate for the basin areas. What I'm saying is that the third point there should be to basically construct that overflow basin. Get the loam in it, get the planting soil and that type of thing, so that any vegetation that's in it can, start to grow before they actually direct any stormwater to it. Stormwater basins, if you do not get the vegetation to grow in those early on, it's extremely difficult to get vegetation to grow once they're online and accepting stormwater. So that was just a comment on that. So then these are kind of new comments down the bottom here. So as I said, that they had addressed most of my comments. There's a couple of things. One is what I just mentioned, that they have moved the proposed overflow basin. So it's within that test pit, within the location of that test pit. And they added record note number 11, which specifies that the property lines would be staked prior to construction. That was in one of the comments from, I believe, the abutters consultant. So after, going through everything, we had discussed some potential conditions should the project be approved. So I had listed some conditions that I would suggest that the commission consider. So I'll go through those, and then I have some other things to go through as well. Excuse me. The first condition would be submittal of the updated operation and maintenance schedule, which basically would address my comment, the first comment that I brought up about the maintenance of that emergency outfall basin, kind of like a rain garden. The ongoing maintenance of the stormwater system would be, should be a requirement or a condition of the stormwater permit. The second would be submittal of a construction schedule, which basically is the same thing as that construction sequence. Attend a pre-construction meeting with the conservation agent and the Conservation Commission's consultant engineer and the applicant's site contractor. At the same time, I would suggest to the applicant that they have the erosion controls in place so that those can be inspected at that time. So you're basically getting 2 inspections at one point in time. You don't have to go out there a second time to check the erosion controls after a pre-construction meeting. The third condition is a standard notice for when work is going to be done, a 48-hour notice prior to the start of construction. And the third one is really the important one. It's the inspection of the stormwater management system by the commission's engineer. And the inspections would be the bottom excavation for both the subsurface infiltration system and the emergency outfall basin, just to make sure that the soils are consistent with what they had found in the test pits. Excuse me. And then the next would be installation of the plastic chambers, the filter fabric piping and crushed stone in the subsurface infiltration system. And that's typically 2, maybe 3 inspections. Basically, anytime that I go out to inspect these types of systems, I'll work it out with the contractor when I'm on site for the first one and say, look, this is what I want to see. So call me when you're going to be at this point. And with systems like this, they're usually installed in a couple of days. So it's basically, you're there once a day just to check on things. And then the final inspection would be of all improvements, including the site grading and plantings within the emergency outfall basin, just to make sure that everything is graded the way it's was proposed in the plan. All the runoff is going to go in the directions that it's meant to go. And then the final condition would be an as-built plan of all the site improvements, including the stormwater management system's final site grading. The as-built plan should have a certification from the applicant's engineer that the project's been constructed in conformance with the approved plan. And if it hasn't, what changes were made during construction so that, if there were any modifications to the approved plan. And then typically if I'm doing these inspections, I like to have the as-built plan for a final inspection so that I can actually look at the plan, walk the project, make sure the grades are as they show on the plan, and just make sure everything looks right for that final inspection. So those would be, recommended conditions. Obviously you can tweak those, accept them, or, use them if you'd like. Those are just typical construction related conditions that we see typically on these types of projects. And then the abutters consultant, Mr. Mirabito, had provided some comments via email, and I listed those comments and kind of provided answers to them. I'll run through those real quick just so that you can understand where I am coming from with my opinion on these. His first one was about the size of the subsurface infiltration system. It is modeled correctly. If you remember with my first letter, I had actually done my own HydroCAD model of the stormwater system. And basically when Webby did their revised stormwater report, they basically took all the parameters that I had used in the model and basically matched my model. So obviously I'm comfortable with that. His second question was about the emergency outfall basin, about the size of that. Again, that was all part of the model that I had put together and that Webby had emulated with their revision. And the model does show that they, excuse me, the post-development runoff rates and volumes of runoff will not exceed existing conditions, which is obviously what your standards, or what all stormwater standards require. His third concern was about inspection of the soils. And that's basically what, my condition about the bottom of excavation, that's what that condition covers, is the inspection of that. His fourth was about, so what they've done on the proposed plan, I'm just going to switch that again for a minute. So if you look at, this is a blow up of the upper portion of the driveway. This is over here. This is just a blow up of it. So what they showed is some grading of the upper portion of the crushed shell driveway in here. And what they're doing is they're grading it to the center of the driveway so that the runoff comes both from their property and the abutter's property and runs down the center of the driveway. They also show this proposed earthen berm here. So basically they're showing that Mr. Mirabito was asking that they expand that regrading of the driveway all the way down to the road. As it is, they are reducing the runoff to the abutter quite a bit. And that was one of my comments in my original letter. And I had actually, at the last meeting, I had provided kind of a red line on the plan that showed how much, the area of the site that currently drains toward the abutter, and then the area of the site that would drain toward the abutter in the proposed conditions. And with that grading in that top driveway now, the area of the site that's going to drain to the abutter will be even less. There'll be almost nothing going toward that abutter. So, grading it down the rest of the driveway really isn't going to gain any more. So I really think with what they've proposed, has far surpassed what they were required to do. Then his next comment was about 3 trees, and I really didn't comment on the trees. I'm looking at the stormwater. I really wasn't looking at the trees, so I didn't comment on that. His sixth comment was about a condition requiring annual inspection, and that's included in the first suggested condition that I had, was about requiring the ongoing maintenance of the project or the stormwater system. The maintenance of these systems or the inspections are fairly easy. You know, the homeowners could actually be trained on how to open the systems, or they can hire an engineer on a yearly basis to go out there and take a look at it. But with the subsurface system, you have the inspection ports. You open the port, you look in, if there's water in there and it hasn't rained, then there's an issue. And then you have to call somebody and have them look at it. But that's really what the, you know, and you look in, and if there isn't water, you look in and make sure that there isn't any sand or sediment in there. So it's a pretty simple inspection protocol. And it's typical on all these types of systems. And then his seventh comment was about the long-term viability of that proposed earthen berm that I had just shown you at the top of the driveway. You know, they didn't provide a detail on it. Basically, what it looks like to me is when they do the grading here, as I said, they're showing the low point down the middle of the driveway. What I expect they're probably going to do is push the shells off the driveway, kind of, you know, carve out the middle and probably push it up, and that's what's going to create that berm there, is what I'm guessing. And it's within the limits of the existing crushed shell driveway, so it's just going to be part of the driveway. So they're labeling it as a berm. It may only be 2-3 inches high, but as long as this grading has the everything pitched to the center of the driveway, that's all that's really necessary to prevent that runoff from going onto the abutter's property. And you know, I just think I think that's what the case is, but I do suggest that, you know, Webby confirm that that's what their intention was by showing that berm. And then his eighth was about an as-built requirement. Again, that was one of my suggested conditions as well. So, you know, that was basically where we are from the last one in a nutshell. Hopefully in a nutshell, but if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer anything. And if, you know, if you want me to highlight anything or show anything else, I'm more than happy to, or I can stop my sharing, whatever you'd like me to do.
Thank you very much, Pat. Mr. Webby, do you have any comments?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we appreciate Mr. Brennan's letter, and we certainly agree with all the recommendations that he makes in there. You know, and I've gone over that with my client, and you know, they're in agreement with that. So I mean, there's not too much more to say on that. The couple of little changes, you know, we can certainly, you know, clarify.
Thank you. Or were you still talking?
No, I was done.
Okay. All right. Did Mr. Marabito want to say anything else?
They are in the audience. I don't know if, do we want to promote them, or do we want to just call them out, see if any questions, or?
If he has anything else to add, we can certainly.
So, Paul Mirabito, if you're still in the audience, if you have any other questions or comments, do you want to raise your hand or ask to speak, or are there any other comments from the audience? I see we do have someone raising their hand in the audience, Matthew Mitchell. Believe that might be, okay, I do see Paul Mirabito promote them. And I guess I'll just respectfully request that Mr. Mirabito and Mr. Mitchell, promoting you guys now, can you please ask your questions and comments to Mr. Brennan to mainly address, if possible?
This is Matt Mitchell on behalf of the Wrens from Orenberger, DeLisi, and Harris. I just have one quick question for Mr. Brennan, if that's okay with the commission.
Yes.
On page 4, number 3, where you address Paul's comment about an inspection of the soils at the time the excavations are done. There's in Paul's question, he's asking about whether or not any perk tests are going to be done on those excavations, and I don't see that in the recommended condition that you have for the commission on page 3, and I'm just wondering, is that part of that? The perk test in those open holes to see if the soils actually are as they were modeled in the charts or whatever they use for it.
No, perk tests. So basically with the stormwater standards, the Mass DEP stormwater standards, they prescribe that you use the infiltration rate based on the soil textural analysis. So you need a DEP approved soil evaluator to determine whether it's a sandy soil, loamy sand, sandy loam, and so on. And each one of those textures has a perk rate associated, or an infiltration rate associated with it. And that's what all of the, basically all stormwater systems, at least since 2008, when the new DEP stormwater standards came out, have all been based on those RAWS rates based on the textural analysis. And I'm a soil evaluator, so if I'm the one going out to inspect that, I'm going to make sure that the soils are, you know, what they had. And I believe they were sandy loam on this site, which is the infiltration rate associated with that is 1.02 inches per hour. A perk test is actually, if you run a perk test on a sand, if any, just for a quick, to tell you what the RAWS rates kind of mean. If you do a perk test on sand, you're basically going to get a 2 minute per inch or less perk rate. It runs right through it. The RAWS rate for sand is 8.2 inches per hour. So it's a lot more conservative than what you would get with a perk rate when you use the RAWS rate for an infiltration rate. So it's a lot slower rate, and that's what the standard is to use those rates and not perk rates.
Okay, thanks very much.
Mr. Did you want to say something?
If this is Paul Maravito, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Just 2 quick items. On a construction schedule, they don't state when the infiltration system in the proposed driveway in front of the garage is going to be constructed. Will that be constructed prior to the construction of the garage?
It'll most likely be constructed, you know, simultaneously when the machines are on site, as far as getting the, the foundation in and excavating the site for the drainage structures.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I asked that question is in the event there's no control for a runoff, assuming some of it would go to the run property, if that system wasn't put in the early part of the project, are there any plans for a temporary sediment basin somewhere in order to collect any potential sediment runoff from the site that may impact the neighbor to the north?
I believe that Pat recommended that we, begin with the outfall basin as well to get that situated there. We're certainly going to have erosion control barriers in place. We're certainly going to work on the grading out there to, mitigate for any, potential, issues.
So are you saying that the infiltration basin would be used for overflow from the chamber system in the driveway, even if the plantings weren't fully established in that rain garden?
Well, I mean, again, we're talking about hypothetical, situations, emergency, situations here. Obviously it could be, directed, the stormwater could be directed that way in the event of an emergency. And it certainly would provide better protection than, some other alternatives.
Okay, so So would you have a problem adding to the construction schedule? The sequence for the installation of the infiltration system in the driveway? That's what I'm getting at. The construction schedule on the plan that you submitted, a revised one, it doesn't have the sequence for when that would be installed, and we're simply asking that that be added to the plan.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Brennan already mentioned that, in his letter. And then we agreed that that would be one of the conditions of, approval here is that we, update a couple of these little notes on the construction sequence and a couple other things.
Okay. The other thing I'd say is that we're in full agreement with Pat Brennan's proposed conditions of approval. I think those are all in line with what we were looking for from the outset. The only last thing I'd like to mention, and I know we've mentioned this a couple times, in the upper left-hand corner of the site, as you look at it from the street, there's 3 specimen trees that are proposed to be cut down and replaced with plantings for screening. As we stated earlier, Mrs. Wren hired a certified arborist to look at the trees, and he wrote a letter, which you have in your file. Those are mature trees. They're very healthy. They've got a beautiful canopy on them, and the plan calls for them to be removed and replaced with new plantings for screening. I don't know what they want to screen in that area of the lot, because there's no proposed work going on in that area. The abutter Run is asking that the commission require that those trees stay in place and not be taken down. I know
Yeah.
that's not part of the stormwater plan, but I do know the commission is usually concerned about existing vegetation as well as proposed vegetation.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion one way or another as to whether the trees stay or go, because either way, it's irrelevant to the stormwater plan. So I'm going to leave that up to my client, and obviously we got to stake out the property line and determine, precisely where these trees are. If 1 centimeter of the tree is on the lot line, as then, they're common trees and they can't be cut down. If the trees are on my client's property and he wishes to cut them down, again, I don't have a lot of, say in that. I would hope that they can kind of get together and agree on, some type of trees, planting, screenings, whatever that would be appropriate that everybody could, agree upon. But again, as far as stormwater is concerned, I don't have an opinion one way or another.
Thank you for that comment, but would the members of the commission have any input or any thoughts about requiring those trees stay in place, even if they are on the applicant's property?
Commissioners? Any comments? I mean, these trees are under 12 inches in diameter. We don't typically, get involved in smaller trees. I'm sure they're more, they're obviously bigger than little saplings, but I don't think that that's something that in this particular case, it's not something that I have a strong opinion on. Other commissioners, anyone? I think the commission kind of all has agreed that it's not something that we feel strongly about, and nor do we think it has great impact on the stormwater. So we're going to refrain from any more conversation on that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further to say.
Okay. Anyone else in the commission? No. Okay. No one else from the public? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue a stormwater permit for 46 Black Black Rock Road with the conditions as outlined in the third-party review documents that seem to be agreed upon here tonight. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Having a motion is second to issue stormwater permit 22-16 at 46 Black Rock Road. We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0 with Will Ashton not voting because he missed the last hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Our last hearing this evening is show cause hearing at 26 Lampert Lane to discuss the tree and land disturbance. This was continued from September 22nd and included a site visit as well.
Hi, John. Hi, Alton. Can you hear us?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, Alton, you're muted, but I assume you can hear us. So I guess to start, just following up on our last hearing, the commission had requested a site walk. So we did have commissioners who walked the site last week with John and with Alton, and we're able to take a look at the area. And then received today, Alton and John had provided some documents that I think they were want to share with us tonight with a site existing condition site plan showing the disturbed area from what the commission saw on site, as well as some additional documents on stormwater management, restoration, erosion, sediment control plan, and tree clearing disturbed restoration. So with that, I guess, Mr. Chair, do you want us to turn it over? Did commissioners want to share any thoughts first, or?
No, Mr. Stone, please go ahead and present what you have.
Well,
to show us.
I'd comment. I mean, we just got this today. Right?
Oh, we did?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Alton. Yes, we can hear you.
I haven't.
You're a little hard to hear, though.
I haven't seen anything today. What are we talking about?
It was forwarded to you guys today. Sorry, over
Forget
email.
it.
Lots of
Yeah.
emails.
I mean,
Forget it. Haven't seen it.
Okay.
Irrelevant.
yeah. How can we, if we haven't had a chance to read it, we're supposed to get
Charlotte,
a week in advance, aren't we?
So I mean, this was following up from the site walk. That we can't, the point of the site walk was just to look at the site. But following up, Alton and John had provided some documents for the commission to kind of look at after seeing the site themselves. So I guess, I mean, we did just receive it though. So I mean, this is a show cause hearing normally for, notice of intents, RDAs, NOIs. I'm sorry, stormwater, we want revised documents a week in advance, but show cause hearings are a little different design here. So I guess, Mr. Chair, do you have any comments on that, or do we want to go through it, or?
Haven't seen it.
Okay.
Well, what do you contend, Mr. Stone? What are the documents going to show to us?
There's two documents that were submitted. One is a slightly revised site plan, shall we say. It does not change the area of disturbance as I showed earlier. It does show erosion control that we intend to put in place, and it does include an area for what we're calling the yarding area, which is where all the trees currently are piled and will be piled, and there will be erosion control up there as well, and restoration will occur up there. So the whole objective right now, where Mr. Ormond, the applicant and owner, are, is that we want to move forward with the commission as rapidly as we can to get a solution so we can go forward, clean up the area, and get it stabilized before the winter. The plan is to remove all the debris and the trees, do whatever light grading we have to do just to smooth out ruts and that type of thing, loam it and hydro seed it. And we'd like to get that done as soon as we can so that the hydro seed hopefully can get reestablished before winter. So there's nothing particularly complex about this. It's pretty straightforward. My erosion control plan was just basically that. We already have on much of the property 9.5-inch diameter straw wattles all staked in place to limit siltation, if you will, of the disturbed area. You know, transport of silt from that state area, and that to me is one of the major objectives, I think, of your stormwater plan are, one, to eliminate flooding. I don't think we're going to have a problem here with that because it's quite a ways to the river and we're flowing across grass and a long bit of lawn, if you will. And the area, the change is, I'm going to use a number, 5,000 square feet. I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't. Let's just use that number because it's somewhere we agree in the vicinity of that. You know, we got to choose a number here, and I'm not trying to argue about the area in any way. That's done. So as far as I'm concerned. So it's not a large area and there's not going to be a lot of runoff from it. And I really don't think, as a hydraulic engineer, among other things, that it's really going to contribute to any flooding of Turkey Brook, if you will. The main problem could be transport of silt from this area across the lawns, which I don't think is going to would be particularly problematic, but we are putting up the erosion controls. And so it's not transported down to the adjacent properties and potentially into the river if we got a real downpour, if you will. But that's the objective of the plan, to move the trees up to what's called the yarding area, where they'll be then loaded on a truck or chipped and all taken away. And then to stabilize that area when we're done, as well as the area which has been disturbed, shall we say, through the loaming and seeding and light grading and anything that's necessary. So it's pretty standard erosion control and stabilization of any piece of property that's been disturbed during building or construction.
Paul, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is it possible to turn up the volume on your computer a little bit more? We can hear you. It's just your volume's very soft.
Okay. I think if I do this, volume settings somewhere.
That's all right. Just speak.
The mic settings complicated. If you can turn up your speakers, it might be easier.
Why don't you try raising your voice?
Yeah.
Or leaning into your computer when you're speaking.
Everybody usually complains because my voice is too loud, but anyway, here we go. Can you hear me better now?
Sure.
Yes?
A little, but that's okay. We'll keep going.
You can give me, if you can fill in for a minute, I can get to a location where I can speak louder, okay? I'm in a place where at this moment, other people are sleeping, if you will.
Yeah.
So give me about 5 minutes and I'll be right back if you can, even less than that, probably 2 minutes just to go to my basement now.
Okay.
Thank you.
How about a break for all of us?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, take a couple, two
break.
or 3 minute break.
Charlotte, there's a Eric Bowman in the attendees
Mhm.
audience. Is he, do you know if he's part of a particular?
Yes, he's going to give us updates on the COC we have at the end of our agenda for 28 Linden.
Oh, okay. That's not the applicant though. Said contractor?
Oh, sorry. Eric is the applicant for 28 Linden for the COC at the end of the agenda.
Oh, he is? I thought it was Harrison.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, I thought it was Harrison.
No, sorry. That was 46 Black Rock Road.
Oh, I apologize. Okay. Are you back with us, Alton?
Yeah, I don't seem to have the screen at the moment, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And we can see you.
Oh, you can. I can't see you yet. So what do I do here?
I have no idea.
Blue camera on the far right on the bottom of your screen, that icon, it's like looks like a blue camera pointing to the right.
I'm sorry.
Click
What
on
was
that
that?
and it should enlarge. The blue camera on the bottom right of your screen.
I'm seeing it.
Just click on it once, it should open it up.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, now I can speak a bit louder if you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay.
So does anyone need Alton to repeat what he said earlier at all? No? Well, I'm going to speak for myself, not for the commission. I'll let other commissioners speak for themselves. I was at the site visit. I don't agree with where you staked out the area of disturbance. I think it was much larger. There seemed to me, there seemed to be areas which you kind of discounted because it was just ground that got torn up by a large excavator or yes, excavator, I was told. I think when Charlotte and John first suggested some trees could be removed, there was no expectation on their part that an excavator would be doing the work. It's not typical of pulling out trees, and I do think that a big area was disturbed. And as Alton mentioned, it's really, we can go round and round and argue this all day long. I think what's really necessary here is that an after the fact stormwater permit does need to be issued. I think that, as Alton said, that what's important now is that the site gets stabilized. So, I'm personally of the opinion that the applicant should clean up the site. He can do regrading. My contention is that any area of bare earth during the regrading process would be considered part of the disturbance, and that they would file an after the fact stormwater permit. I think there's time limits for both these. Obviously, the client has a time limit that they're thinking of just to get the grading and seeding done. And I would suggest as a commission, we follow up with that and then have a time limit for when a after the fact stormwater permit is made. So that's my feeling. I'd like to hear from other commissioners.
Yeah, I'd agree too with basically everything you've said, Chris. It's important to get that site stabilized. I don't think we want to rely just on our notion of whether or not sediment will reach Turkey Hill Run or not. Let's not take any chances on this. So glad to hear you've got your wattle erosion barriers up. Now you need to stabilize the soil that's been disturbed. It seems to me that time is short for this, and Chris, you could probably comment on this, whether or not it's realistic to think that anything could grow soon enough to hold all that disturbed dirt in place.
Well, I think there's certainly, there's a lot of grass species that will not work. I would probably recommend a mix of an annual rye with a fescue. The annual rye should come up very quickly. I have connections with farmers in Maine who are planting it now, and it's going to come up. The annual rye will die out in the spring. The fescue will take over, at which time they could come back and do additional seeding with other species that are more warm weather grasses. But that would be my recommendation for it. And I do think there's time to get it in.
Great. So going forward, I have a couple of feelings about this. One is that when the stormwater calculations are made, I presume, Mr. Stone, you're going to use HydroCAD to model the runoff conditions. Is that accurate?
Well, let me step back a little. Having read your stormwater management bylaw, about 90% of that has no application to what's happening right now. This is an area that got disturbed. It just needs to be restored. But pre and post runoff are really of no particular import here. We plan to do a complete stormwater management plan for the project in general when we're building 4 houses, putting in driveways, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, we're not
there yet.
Yeah, what you're doing.
What do you want? I mean, what good is a model now?
I'm not suggesting that you do a model now, actually. I think you misinterpreted. I hadn't actually finished saying what I want to say is when you do a model, the initial conditions are not grass. They're not the conditions that you're going to newly establish. The condition should be the condition before the disturbance took place. I just want to be clear that we're going to require that.
Oh, so you're saying when I do a final model for the project, fair enough. You want that to be the, I mean,
you've changed the curve numbers, the runoff curve numbers substantially with the disturbance. And in fact, that's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at disturbance. Has the runoff curve number been changed at any point on that lot? And that's what I consider disturbance. The curve numbers have been changed, and that's what I consider disturbance. So wherever they've been changed, that's what I was out there measuring.
Okay, so but what you're saying is the original. I'm trying to remember it when I was there. John has pictures. The original was probably, I would guess, forest in.
The original was
condition, I would think, woodlands in fair condition. There was
my neighbor,
slopes and trees, but nothing.
Yeah, my neighbor
really densely developed, well-developed woodland. So
Alton, if you have a second, my neighbor told me, I spoke to the neighbor behind me there, said he lived there. His family's lived in that area for 100 years, and that used to be a wheat field. So a bunch of wheat trees grew in there from 1982 forward. That's when all those trees grew. So it's kind of been a field, but then a bunch of it kind of just overgrew. So I don't know what you would call that, but I don't know what standard you use. Use the standard from what it was before or what it was in 1980 or 1950 or what. But either standard, I think, I don't know. I think that you need to make sure the before and after flows are less than 0, correct?
I believe Mr. Bell is saying that, don't let me put words in your mouth, sir, that when we come around to do the pre and post at development time, I don't call that disturbed area. grass and take the grass, well-developed grass as my curve number for that. Again, call it 5,000 square feet, whatever some number. And that it be recorded that I used the curve number that it was before the disturbance occurred. And
Probably mixed grass and woodland, right?
mixed grass
Mr.
and
Stone?
woodland, I would
Yeah.
say. So I'll look at it. I guess you could say, yeah, grass and woods.
Yeah.
And I would have said fair condition. I don't know. Maybe we'll look at some pictures. Mr. Orman may have some, or I think unfortunately an air photo is probably going to not have enough resolution to pick that out, depending on whether it was done with leaf on or leaf off, if you will. So I'll let, whatever you like, I'll choose. We can debate the curve number at some point in time.
Yeah.
And
I just want to be clear that
Yes.
that now that the lot has been more or less clear cut, that's not your starting position.
No, I agree.
Okay, good.
Very
As
good.
long as that's clear, I'm happy with that, and I'm glad to hear from Chris that you can actually get something rooted in there that's going to reduce erosion, the potential for erosion.
And the HydroCAD itself, hydro seeding, excuse me, in itself provides protection. You know, it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's glue in there, but it's got something else in there. It's just not blowing seeds out there, if you will.
You know,
Something that helps
some of
the
that's
seeds.
pretty steep, and certainly on other projects, we've encouraged and maybe even required a fabric be laid down.
Sure, I'm amenable to that if Mr. Ormond is.
Yeah.
And on the steeper section, as we proceed up to the property line and the other street up there,
Right.
that section is relatively steep, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, I measured it. I didn't get a 15% grade on my AutoCAD plan, but be that as it may, it's still steep enough to have some, significant velocity, if you will, and erosion capability. So
Chris,
can
we
cover that area
had
with
the site
geotexed
visit,
up.
so we could see and determine the extent of the disturbance, all right? To me, it's, and checking definitions of disturbed land in our various towns in this area of the South Shore, it was substantially disturbed, so I can say that, and I'm not sure what else we need to do here tonight, Chris, all right? But it was disturbed, it's still disturbed, and the grass should be planted now. I planted grass plenty of times in October, and it's all taken, all right? So I think if you move rapidly, you'll be successful.
Thank you.
And I don't really have much else to say right now.
Well, I do, because I think Mr. Stone is suggesting that the stormwater permit be done when the development is done. And that's not acceptable. Because what we're looking at, because you could do that tomorrow, or you could do it 10 years from now. And we have no way to control that. If you want to commit to a development plan in 90 days, okay, maybe we'll say okay, but if you don't come to a development plan, then we need a different type of plan. And what I would say is we need an after the fact stormwater for the disturbance that's out there.
That's your proposal, and I agree with that.
I guess we could put a development plan date in it, but the fact of the matter is, we're doing work probably near or within resource areas. Two, we have to come to you anyway, or nothing's going to get built. And if we don't give you a stormwater management plan that you approve, then nothing's going to happen. And Mr. Ormond isn't going through all this effort just to kind of shake his hands up and walk away from it.
Yes,
I mean,
but there's a lot of other players in this game. There's a lot of players, there's zoning, there's planning, there's all kinds of people that are going to come into play here. You could be 12 months out, you could be 18 months out, and then you could get fed up and walk away. And that's not acceptable to us. I mean,
Yeah, if I can chime in here, I think we're at the point where we're ready to come to Conservation Commission, but we have to work with the Sewer Commission first. So I mean, if we can do 60 days on a stormwater plan or 90 days on the other plan, if we can get through the Sewer Commission, then I think if that's agreeable with the board, I think that would be agreeable with us. Alton, do you think 2 months is enough for you for a stormwater plan? Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Near that, maybe if I can squeeze a little more. The big one we're having now, I shouldn't say difficulty, but the big concern is getting the sewer approved by both Hingham and Cohasset.
Yeah, and there's other forces in the market too. We might be going into war. There's a recession coming, they're raising interest rates. There's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to start building any houses next year.
Well, I think we'd like to see a stormwater permit sooner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We will do it like a stormwater report for this area. Yeah.
Because if you don't have a plan for your construction, I have a feeling that we're going to require a substantially different planting plan than simply hydroseeding.
Oh, correct. Yeah, we plan to plant that maybe about 100 to 150 trees. We want to return the area to kind of like a woodsy kind of area, woodsy and hilly area. So that's our goal.
That's a good sentiment, but of course, the plan has to be submitted and approved. So,
so 60 days.
This is not something you're going to just do ad hoc. You need to submit a plan.
Yeah, so 60 days, okay, or 60 days for this plan. And if we can get the other, is 90 days a good, what's the time frame you're looking for?
You are going to need, what we're talking about right now is a stormwater permit.
Mhm.
For you to develop, you have to apply for a stormwater permit, and you're also going to have a notice of intent. Okay, but I mean, I wasn't even putting notice of intent on the table, but the stormwater permit, which has modeling and everything else, that has to happen for development. So if you say you can do it in 60 days.
I'm just saying for this project here, this small disturbance, 5,000 square feet. You know, I don't know what's the time frame that's agreeable with the board. Is it 90 days or is it 60 days? Because Alton is very busy as well.
Yes, but you and Mr. Stone don't seem to be speaking the same language. He's suggesting that this permit would happen when you're ready to develop the land.
Yeah, I think the sewer commission might take longer. I don't know how long that takes.
Well, we don't care about the sewer commission. We care about us. So come to us first. You know, and then if they change things, you'll have to come back to us again. But the point being that we are in disagreement with your contention that it's under 5,000 square feet. We think it's over 5,000 square feet. We're willing to just, you know, agree to disagree if you clean up the site, you seed it, and at the time, once you clear the site, every square inch of bare earth is considered part of that disturbance, and then you, within a period of time, issue a application for a stormwater permit.
Yeah. So what's the time frame? I agree with that. Alton, I guess we can agree with that, right, Alton?
Well, John,
That's fair.
for the first thing, you want to get this, what's the time you need to stabilize and clean up where we are? 2 weeks, 3 weeks? That's the first date.
We'll give you 30 days.
30
Okay.
days, yeah.
All right, I think that's fair enough. The
Well,
next,
well, then how much time do you need though, Alton?
pardon?
So
All right,
how
that's the
long
bigger
does it take?
question. That's the bigger question, because if I can, 60 days is a bit of a squeeze, but I will, if we could get another week or so out of that, that would be good, or 10 days. But what I have normally done on projects of this nature is, if I get when I get my complete drawings, I submit to the various boards or commissions they're going to review. Here it's going to be Conservation Commission, it's going to be sewer, maybe Planning Board. We have the A&R lots approved, but I expect they're going to want to see at some point in time what our final plan is going to be. So we got at least probably 3 boards we got to go to, or commissions, if you will, departments. I don't know if buildings has to see this at this point. until we get actually the architect's design of the buildings perhaps, but there's gonna be a number of groups we have to go in front of, and I plan to, as I usually do, submit to all of them. So if I come into conservation first, you know, we go through it. I've got to have my stormwater permit plan all together when I come to you with a notice of intent, because I don't even think you're gonna look at it if I don't have that in.
Can I interrupt here?
Pardon?
I mean, we're supposed to be deliberating here, not you guys.
Okay, I'm just trying to get everybody focused.
And Mr. Armand, if Mr. Stone does not have time to do a stormwater permit in the next 30 days, there's other people out there.
30 days?
I don't see any reason why the town of Cohasset should wait for Mr. Stone to clear his schedule to do this. You guys started the clock running. As soon as you started cutting trees, you may not have realized it, but you started a clock running.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I agree with that.
Okay.
Fair's fair. So, so let's
I
go
think
ahead
we'd
and.
like to see, I'd like to see a stormwater application by the next meeting, 2 weeks. If not that, at least within 4 weeks.
Sorry, Tom, just want to clarify that, at least for deadlines in terms of our schedule of meetings, the next meeting that they would be able to submit to would be November 3rd, and the deadline would be October 18th by 4 o'clock.
You know, there's a lot to, you may not think this is a big project, but there's a lot. By the time I got to get grading all done, and I've got to design a stormwater system, which is going to be difficult here because we don't have.
Well, they're just talking about this disturbed area, not the whole plan, just the disturbed area. Can you give us a month though? I mean, a month is a month there, I think, for Alton. Initially said 3 months. If you can give us a month, I think that would be that'll work for everybody here, and then we'll just get that plan done, and we'll just take the longer plan off the table, and we'll deal with that later. The larger plan.
So we're talking about just the restoration.
Yeah, just of the 5,000 or less than 5,000 square feet or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. And
the stormwater report for that.
How long?
Yeah,
do you want?
but I guess the question there is, can we go a little bit more and get those rocks out of there at the same time? So you're okay. We do a stormwater report. We go to 6,000 or 7,000 square feet and get those rocks out of the way up on that foundation area there.
Tom, you're muted.
Tom, you're muted.
Yeah, wait a minute. You can't start excavating until you've got a stormwater permit. We're allowing you to go in there and reseed and get your siltation barriers up out of necessity. It's not necessary for you or us for you to start cutting more trees or moving.
Oh, no, not gonna cut
around
trees.
or anything like that.
John,
You can clear your site
John,
and call it good, and then submit a stormwater for a stormwater permit. And if you want to move some rocks, include that in your plan.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
But don't think
Because we
this
just
is
don't want
like
to
a
drive
carte
over.
launch thing that you can go out there with like you've done before and just
I
start.
agree.
ripping
I
and
just
tearing.
Yeah, we don't want to do any more disturbance. The reality is that if we do seed it and then we have to leave the stones out there for 8 months, it just doesn't look good, right? So if we can drive up there for 2 hours, get the stones out of there and then seed, I think that would look better. And we'd see the area where the stones are.
That's not what we're going to let you do.
John,
Okay.
punt that, will you please? Punt that.
Okay, so leave a pile of stones there for 8 months.
Punt it. We're not
Okay,
going
all
to
right.
put stones
Okay.
now. That comes, the foundation
Okay.
comes when we do the general site development, okay?
Okay,
The
all right,
grading, the
fine.
machines in there, we're digging cellar holes, whatever the heck happens. Then we'll move that whole foundation for Pete's sake. But I think, you know, if we have to do some additional seeding at some point in time, because we didn't do it before construction, that shouldn't be a
Yeah,
real
all right,
problem.
thanks.
Because you're planning to plant trees and all kinds of things there anyway. And there's gonna be a
Yeah,
much
correct.
more,
Yeah,
I think, elaborate landscaping plan for that area than just hydro seed. So
Yes,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
saying, how long do you need to restore? That's our first question.
Oh, I have to get, we have to get some equipment down here, so maybe 2 to 3 weeks, but we have to, probably this weekend, we'll get some equipment out there, we'll grade it, and then I'll have the hydro seeding guys come out next week.
What's this grading business?
You have
It's
to,
just
you have
smooth
to,
the
there's
rest
big
out,
rocks
sir.
sticking up and we have to
No.
take the rocks and bury them.
No, that's not what's gonna happen.
So you're just saying seed a rough area the way it is?
That's right, seated as it is.
Leave
You
the
can
big
move-
boulders
you can
sticking
move-
out and everything?
You can move the slash out of there. I think that's probably a good idea. But once the slash is out of there and your erosion barriers in place, seed it.
Yeah, but there's like 4 big rocks sticking out. I mean, they were just
Yeah,
kind of
so what?
boulders.
So what? They're not going to erode. So we're not too worried about whether this grass grows on top of the rocks. It's not going to. That's not a problem.
Well, that's an important clarification, sir, because my plan included putting the loam down and kind of, when I say grading, it was just to fill in the ruts or anything, the disturbance of that nature. I
Chris,
mean,
you wanna weigh in on what you would think would be the minimum amount just to stabilize it for erosion control? Do they need to grade this?
No,
I think they need to they need to break up the soil a little, you know, where a excavator has packed down the soil, you're not gonna get grass to grow. They gotta do something to soften it up.
We have a York rake that can come and pull.
Well, what I would have done in any of my restoration projects after disturbance was simply to get an ATV with a harrow and run it over it and then drop seed behind us.
Yeah, that's good.
Pretty minimal stuff. We don't want to see another any more large equipment in there tearing things up.
Yeah, so how about a York rake with a tractor, like a Ford tractor?
A what?
A York rake, it's a big rake that'll loosen the soil before we seed, and then we'll hand rake it and then seed it. But we have to we have to get those branches out of there, and we're gonna get a mini excavator down there to pull them up to the top. And then get a York rake and then rake it all out and we can seed it. Because you know, we don't have to grade it again, because we are gonna come back maybe in a year or two and kind of fill it in more and grade it differently. So a rough seeding is fine for now. But York rake is what we use. It's like something you use on a farm.
Yeah.
When you plant seed and you till rocks before you plant.
A 4 foot by 4 foot harrow. They're about $350. You can buy one yourself and tow it behind a garden tractor.
I've done that before and it doesn't really work. You gotta put more weight on those. They kind of.
I've got one and I do it every year in my meadow. I've been doing this for a long time. Not just my meadow.
I don't argue that. I mean,
Whenever I've had a disturbed drill site, BLM, Forest Service, this is what they require. So I know what I'm talking about here, Mr. Orman.
Okay. I think we're on the same page. I think the machine we were gonna use is just a little bit larger. It's just
A little bit larger. I think that.
it's like a regular tractor, like a little.
I think before this is done, before you do anything with any equipment, our agent should go out and look at it and approve it or say, no, a little bit too big.
Okay.
We don't want to give you an open invitation, just go back out there and start ripping this thing up. We have a pattern here. We don't want to see it repeated.
that sounds fair. And at that time, perhaps the agent, which is Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, we can perhaps agree on where we're seeding and what we're going to call the disturbed area. And I'm not trying to debate the area of it.
Right.
We'll just walk it and put, some flags or something there, so we know, okay, this is what we're going to seed and clean any debris out of, and in some way scarify the surface a small amount. I'm not an expert in arrows and such. I'm not an agronomist, if you will. But then agree on a method to scarify it and then seed it.
Yeah.
That's the end of it.
If the earth is exposed, you're gonna seed it. That's the end.
Pardon?
If the earth is exposed, that's where you seed it.
All right, but there's.
The agent will give you guidance, Mr. Stone.
That's fine. I mean, I
She'll-
think we can
she'll
go
tell
a
you
long way
exactly where to put the
finding
flags.
earth exposed there that probably had nothing to do with this event. I mean, that's all. If you
Yeah,
will.
we'll seed everything. That's fine.
But okay, we'll work with Charlotte on that and get an agreement on what areas ought to be seeded. And I think there's two major areas, I agree. One is the area down the hill where it's pretty obvious, where all the trees were cut down. And the other area is up on top of the hill, where we have, the trees have been piled, and we've been using that, and we'll use it during the work as a yarding area, where all the trees will be stacked, and when the truck comes in, it loads up and away they go to wherever they go. And some materials will probably be chipped, the smaller stuff will all be chipped there, and then at the end, we will restore that area with the seeding. So to me, that's the two major areas.
Yeah, just to clarify, Alden, the second area that you specified, is that the side that's on, I believe is it the eastern side of the property in front of the home? That likely in the 200-foot riverfront? Is that the area you're specifying, or are you specifying the area closer to the front of the house?
It's
Where the logs are piled up.
If you go in the driveway, it's right on the right. There were trees there, if I'm not mistaken, piled when we did the site walk last week. And it would be that area there. Just a small amount might be in the riverfront. It's very close. And I've put on my plan, if you will, that we'll have erosion control there, a line of straw wattles there as well during the work period, and until we get completed. This is an older plan, but the yarding area is. John, did you send in that other one today?
No, I didn't send the lark, the other one in.
You didn't send in the new one.
Yeah, I sent in the one you sent me today. I don't know which one she's pulling up, whatever you sent me today.
Yeah, well, if you can flash that back up, Charlotte.
These guys need to go. I mean, there's somebody after us. I think.
No, you're last.
Oh, we are. Okay, all right. Yeah. So basically, the front
Well,
there.
this was the one that was sent to me in an email today.
Yeah. So that's the one you sent me out.
Excuse me, that's not the one you were supposed to get, but anyway.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is the one I got this morning.
That's
so
fine.
just-
I can
okay.
I can point out the other aspects. This is what I call the primary area of disturbance in here, where the trees were cut and there was a lot of equipment rutting and that type of thing, and a great deal of soil exposure, if you will. What I'm calling the secondary area is right up here past the house, on kind of just this side of the knoll, which is where we would pile the trees and the debris until it's trucked away or chipped. And there's an erosion control line that will go around this area right here.
Yeah, it's not behind the 200 front area. It's
Yeah.
just to the left of the driveway in the front there, Charlotte.
Yeah, and it's just
It's right in there.
here, just on the edge of the outer
So,
riparian.
so we'll see that a little bit as well, and we'll get that grass going too.
Mr.
But that's
Stone,
already grown back.
Would you stake and flag the riverfront area, both the 100 and the 200-foot? You're a surveyor, is that right?
Me?
You do your own surveying?
I do some, but I'm not a surveyor. I'm an
Okay.
engineer.
So we'd like to see those, these statutory boundaries marked on the ground. There was some ambiguity about where they actually are while we were out there on our site visit. There were no flags.
They are determined by offsetting in AutoCAD. In other words, there's a
Great,
riverfront.
put them in the field.
Pardon?
You need to see them in the field.
Okay, sir, I'm explaining how
Yeah,
those
yeah.
lines.
I'll
are
take
getting
it.
I know how to
on
do
the
it, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Right.
so I guess the goal here is to stabilize, and then, so how many months on the stormwater report? Was it 1 month, 2 months?
Well, it takes us, John, there can't be a
Well,
stormwater.
it's up to the board. It's up to the board. They're gonna
I
tell
know,
us
I'm
what they want.
explaining something.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
You can't get a stormwater application and a management report and plan until the site design is completed. You know, we got 4 homes, we got driveways, we got grading.
Oh, no, I'm talking about
No.
just the area we disturbed. That we're kicking off like 6 months down the road, right? Because I probably won't do that anyway, 6 months or a year, or maybe 2 years. So this area here, they want a plan. That's what they said they wanted. They didn't want to wait.
That's right.
A plan for what? I'm confusing.
For a stormwater report plan for the change in the water.
A stormwater permit application.
That's right. And I would presume that your plan would simply be a planting plan to restore it back to the original curve numbers.
That is what I would be intending in the let's call it the complete site stormwater plan.
That's
The
fine,
break-
except we're not gonna wait for you to develop the site is our point.
Well, no, we're gonna do the restoration now, sir. We want to get this
I-
done.
No, you're
doing
going
a
to,
restoration, you're doing a temporary erosion control project.
Yes,
Restoration, that's what we're gonna look at after you've submitted your stormwater
okay,
application.
I don't call it, Greg, wrong word. We're not fully restoring it. We are just providing erosion control
Stabilizing
with
it.
some level of seeding, if you will, sufficient to prevent erosion.
I do see
Correct.
Alton's point, though, if we come back in
Seeds
6
and
months,
hay bales or whatever.
if we come back in 6 months, and we're gonna change it, bring the grade up 10 feet, plant 30 trees there, then why do we go through all the details of the stormwater report for something that's only gonna be there for 6 months or a year?
We don't know you're actually gonna do that.
Correct, you're right, the economy could fall apart, so it could be 2 years, so yeah, so let's just stay the path that the board recommends, Alton, and let's just get a stormwater report for them, but what's the time frame for that?
30 days.
30, okay. Alton, can you do a stormwater in 30? Well, we'll talk about it later, we'll talk about it later. Okay, so we're all set, is there anything else we need to do? I mean,
John, when you say 30 days to do a stormwater report, but just the little area we're working on, or for the whole project?
just a little area
Sign
we're
the
working on
whole
that.
project first.
Yeah,
No,
well,
the
I
little
wouldn't call
area.
it a little, I wouldn't call it a little area. Charlotte
Well-
will guide you about the boundaries of the area to stabilize. And I would expect you to come up, I would expect you to come up with a planting plan that, given long enough time, would restore that, all those curve numbers back to where they were, basically wooded grassland. And if in the future, if Mr. Ormond, if you actually do to decide to develop this with some housing, then you can come in and amend that. I would guess that you can amend that stormwater permit for each one of those houses. But in the meantime, we're not gonna gamble that you're actually going to develop the property.
I agree with that, you never know what's gonna happen.
So what you're saying, sir, is for the area that was disturbed, you want it truly restored under this initial piece of work, restored to near as we can what it was through
Yeah.
plantings.
the,
And-
the,
Yes,
the,
sir.
the bylaw in Cohasset says that the post-development rates have to be equal to or less than the pre-development rates. Okay? That's what you're going to do. And you can do it through engineered systems, you can do it through rain gardens, you can do it through vegetation, you can do it through anything that you want to do. But the idea is that you are going to clean this site up. The areas of bare earth have to be reseeded, and it's those areas that determine how many square feet of disturbance there is, and how and then you've got to model it up and figure it out.
Right, so then what you're looking for is a model of the restored area. In other words, in your application, once we have an existing condition, we agree what it was. Is it what was originally, or is it what we got now?
Alton, I kind of know what they need, I've done this before, so I think
That's actually a good question, Mr. Stone. It seems clear that you would probably have to use, your initial condition is whatever it looks like after it's been seeded in your temporary seeding. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, right?
Well,
no, you're talking about your initial. Oh, are you talking about?
This is what a mess this is.
Well, I think when we hydroseed it, you're gonna find out that the square footage is gonna be well under 5,000. So then there's another question, we're gonna need a stormwater report, but we're not gonna debate that. We'll just do it,
If you guys want to argue about this 5,000 foot threshold.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna argue, we're not. Okay, but yeah.
Okay, so don't bring it up again. Otherwise,
Okay,
we're probably going to ask for somebody else to come in and do a third party evaluation at your expense.
Okay, we're not, yeah, okay.
Okay, let's not talk about whether it's 5,000 feet or, I got 8,700 feet, tell you the truth.
Again,
So,
we're gonna, we'll work with Charlotte or any other commission member and delineate out there what we are gonna restore. I don't care whether it's 2,000, 5,000, or 8,000. This is what agreement between commission and Mr. Orman and me as his representative. This is where we're gonna restore. Done. Okay? I'm not trying to argue the area or
Okay.
fight it. It's just, my question is this: at what level, at this point in time, I'm just talking about only this disturbed area. You want a full restoration of that at this time?
bring it back to where it was.
All
Yeah,
right,
the drainage,
that might involve some level of grading to smooth it where the equipment.
Yeah,
was.
sure. And you can propose that in your stormwater permit.
Okay, very good. So we're gonna bring it back to as close as we can what it was before, with tree planting, shrub planting, whatever it was. And then if I do the modeling, which is my existing, it's pre-development post, which is my existing condition. You told me, sir, when we do the big one for the whole project, the existing is what was there originally, not our grass area. Is that my existing when I do the modeling, pre and post, or is it my grass area I use? Or I just use the bare area is the original existing, and after we restore, that's my post. That's the
or
one I want to get.
1970 or 1950, it just, depends.
No, it's not 1970 or 1950. It's basically
not hearing
the day, it's the day before you went out there with your machinery. The day before you cut your first tree.
So a bunch of trees fell over. That was pretty wide open. So it was, all right. So yeah, we'll I don't want to keep arguing this, but we'll, I think it's pretty easy to make sure that the water is the same, the water flows are the same. So are we all set, Alton, or?
Well, I'm just, again, maybe I can, Charlotte can work with the commission. We don't have to beat this to death right now. And she and I will agree, or she will representing the commission and me will agree as on which condition you want for, shall we say, pre-development existing. And then obviously post-development is what we do for the restoration. It's fair enough. And that'd be a HydroCAD model, if you will, for those areas. And that is what I would intend to do now. And then later, obviously, there's going to be a full HydroCAD model for the entire project, if and when we do it, or when all the plans get together and we come to the commission with a notice of intent and the application for the full project. And that's what I see in the future. But I understand your concern that we get this done completely, because who knows what the future is going to be. As Mr. Orman has said, economies go up and down and whatever. So that's good by me. I don't know. I seem to have lost sound here, but
We hear you. We
Oh, you
hear you
can,
loud and
okay.
clear.
all right. Yeah, no one usually has trouble hearing me.
Okay, so the Charlotte, help me here. The clearing and seeding
Mhm.
is by when? 30 days?
So, sorry, to reseed the disturbed area that, determined by me, do we want to I think we wanted that in 7 days, did we not? And we wanted the stormwater.
They can't get someone in there in 7
Oh,
days.
no, I meant to survey the area with me. I think we can do that in 7 days, and then the area will be reseeded and stabilized within 30 days. Does that sound appropriate?
Well, that's stabilization is different from restoration, which Mr. Bell has been
That's
talking
right.
about.
That's
So
right.
there's two things floating around here. Yeah, it's very quick just to do seeding and stabilize, but
Mhm.
Correct.
restoration is another level.
Correct, yeah.
And I think that's probably more reasonable to do in the spring, but
Mhm.
that's
Yeah,
just
we
me.
understand that.
Okay,
I think really I just want to kind of summarize, at least from my perspective, it sounds like, obviously the commission's concern is to stabilize the site, as quickly as possible and get a after the fact stormwater permit submitted with stormwater mitigation features and any other types of, mitigation plantings as proposed in order to satisfy the requirements in the bylaw.
All right,
I
well,
think that's kind of how I heard it. So I kind of drafted, some conditions. Within 7 days, we would go out, stake, delineate the area for grading and reseeding with an annual rye fescue mix that is quick to germinate. It'll be defined by the commission as the land exposed with bare earth devoid of vegetation outside of the 200-foot riverfront area. No additional remaining vegetation, rocks, and et cetera be to removed in the area at the time. The delineated area will be reviewed and approved by the agent prior to reseeding, and that we wanted the 200-foot outer riparian and 100-foot inner riparian zones to be staked prior to reseeding, and that this work will be allowed basically as an emergency stormwater mitigation to stabilize the ground. And then within 30 days, we wanted to see the site, fully not restored in terms of, existing conditions, but we want to see the site stabilized with what that plan that I just specified is. And then within 30 days, submit a full stormwater permit required with the documents required per the bylaw, and using the original vegetated property conditions prior to the, instance, not the stabilized conditions specified that I just said. So does that kind of sound fair? Does that kind of sum up the commission's concerns, or?
I think you nailed it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that was.
Also the equipment, Charlotte, we need to get a mini excavator there to pull those branches out, because they're down in a pit. And we need a York rake to kind of rake it out, and we'll show you the size of the machine. It's not that much bigger than a regular tractor.
Well,
that's a great one.
We'll
Okay,
debate
that can be included with the commission's, if with the commission's conditions, if they want to specify that. Does anyone have any thoughts to that?
Do you want to meet within 7 days? That's fine.
And
Right.
stake and
And then-
delineate the area?
And then we'll get going on it as quick as we can. And then at what time do you want sort of the
30
permit
days.
for the restoration, showing where we're going to plant trees and such?
30 days.
30 days?
I think that'll be inclide in the stormwater permit submission, correct?
It'll be your stormwater permit, and then we'll talk about time frames then.
So if we amend that, like, let's say we get going and we start talking about that and we have to go to 4 sessions to get it approved. If in the meantime, we decide to do the full stormwater report, can we amend that one with the full one?
Yeah.
Charlotte has the information to tell you how to do an amendment.
Charlotte, I trust you. You just went like a machine gun. Bam, 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 bam. I trust.
Typing notes during the meeting.
Very good effort, believe me. You had it right down. Nail, nail, nail. You were like a nail gun. No framing hammer on that one, but leaving out the levity. You're going to put that in a memo or an order to it, those various points, so we have them and I can follow them, and John and everybody knows, bam, 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 what we're happening. Okay.
Yeah, no, so just to, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, do you want to say something first?
I just want to say, the upcoming hearings, tonight was October 6th, there's an October 20th, and November 3rd, and a November 17th. The paperwork has to be submitted on November the 10th by November 10th for the November 17th hearing.
Well, wait, sorry, usually we do have a 16-day requirement prior to the hearings.
16-day?
Yeah, hold on, I'll pull up the schedule real quick. Just so that we can see it.
It was 7-day.
No, that's revised documents.
Oh.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
All right, that's fine, Charlotte. If that's what it is, then for
Yeah,
November,
so these are the deadlines for the meetings in this column. So October 20th, November 3rd. The October 20th deadline's already passed, so we're past that one. So it'd be November 3rd, 17th, or December 1st. Those are the next 3.
So I'm going to say that the application has to be submitted by November 15th for the December 1st hearing, which gives them a little extra time, but I don't, the 15th is 5 weeks away instead of 4.
Yeah, thank you. And that's for the November 22nd hearing or the December 8th hearing?
That's a December 1st hearing, right? Charlotte?
Correct. Yes, this is the
Okay.
December 1st hearing, and then the deadline to submit is November 15th by 4 o'clock.
Okay.
This is on the Conservation Commission's webpage too, so definitely available to you guys, so that you guys can get these dates.
Very good. So you and I will coordinate, Charlotte, to
Mhm.
get a day. And obviously, if any commission members want to attend, they're more than welcome.
Mhm.
Just want us all to be in agreement where the flags are and what actually we get done.
I'm open to that, yes.
And also 2 small machines will be out there. So if neighbors are complaining, just say we're fixing and, fixing the area that's there. We're not putting any more new trees down.
And we agreement that we have, at this point in time, we're allowed to go forward and start the cleanup of the trees and such? Or do you need something more in paperwork that start the work? Just that bit of getting the debris out in the trees so that we can just stabilize with some seeding.
Mhm.
method.
Yes. Right, there's.
I agree with that. I mean,
Yeah,
if we-
you have to remove the cease and desist, right?
I do, yes. So that depends on the commission with what we want to put in the order here with our conditions.
I think
Chipper, we need a chipper down there too.
Well, Charlotte, I think you summarized the conditions quite
Mhm.
well. So those are the conditions.
Okay. So nothing specifying the machinery, and we want.
You're going to approve the machinery.
Oh, okay, all right, I can put that in there. So just to clarify for the public and everyone here, the order that we're talking about is an enforcement order, so that's where we're putting the conditions. So in a way, it's kind of like conservation giving you the means to take care of what you need to take care of without, a stormwater permit. So this is our other option, basically for issuing, it's not necessarily a permit, but it's our permission in written documentation form with these conditions, if that's understandable. So we can write in the condition that the machinery use will be approved by the agent as well, I guess.
Do we need to vote on this?
What was that? Sorry?
Do we need to vote on this?
Yes.
We lost our quorum.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, we have 4.
But Will wasn't part of this earlier.
Correct, but we would still have a quorum of 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't counting myself.
I don't know where Eric went. I think Eric
went to bed.
he went to
All right.
bed, but we still have without Will, we still have a quorum of 4, which is what we need.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to issue an enforcement order at 26 Lambert Lane with the conditions as outlined by Charlotte. And the approval of the area for seating and machinery by Charlotte, with the help of any commissioner who might be so inclined. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion is second to issue an enforcement order with conditions. We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Okay, so Charlotte will get what do you give them, a written notice that they can proceed?
Correct. I would probably issue the order, and that would kind of undo the cease and desist that's currently on the property. So once you get the enforcement order with those conditions, we can move forward.
Is that something you're going to give them tomorrow or Monday or when?
Yes, you just need to sign it. So I can find you tomorrow.
Oh, geez.
Sorry. Sorry. That's what council recommended.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening, everybody. Thank
That's
you.
it. Okay, why don't you jump to
Yes.
the certificate of compliance?
Yes. Sorry, Eric, I'm promoting you now. Thank you for sticking around for this long.
Good morning, almost.
Yeah, good morning almost. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hi, Eric, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Charlotte. Good evening. Hi, Commissioners.
Hello. Thank you. Sorry for the wait. So I guess, Eric, I can share my screen with the photos you sent, but I apologize to the commission. I wasn't able to make it to the site this week. I have a 48-hour issue I'll explain to you after this, but Eric, do you want to just walk us through some of the changes since our last discussion with the tree plantings that the commission wanted to see?
Absolutely. The commission requested 2 additional trees per the original site plan in the front yard on either side of the walkway. And those trees were planted earlier in the week. And these are the pictures.
Mhm. And these are 2 black cherry trees that are deciduous and from conservation's list, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So these are the 2 black cherry trees that were just planted, and I'll show more photos in another email. Hold on. There we go. All right, did I just share the same email? Sorry. Too many things open. There we go. So also just to some of the other deciduous tree plantings that were installed is 1 American holly tree that's in, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, is this on the far, like on the right side of your property, but further down past the pool?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Correct.
so there's a holly tree here. That was the Japanese maple we already saw, but we're not counting that one in the count here for deciduous trees. So we have 2 other cherry trees that were initially planted already, and then plus the 2 black cherry trees and the American holly, giving a total of 5 deciduous trees.
Can you zoom in on one of those cherries?
Sure, which one?
I don't, the one that I can see the best.
Okay, hold on.
No, not an existing one. I can tell you what those are. They're weeping cherries. I want to see what in these new
These
ones.
guys? Okay.
Yeah, because
Mm. Eric, I'm not sure if it might be easier to share your screen because this was an email. Do you have the?
Eric, do you have
I'm on my phone on my phone right now. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
do you have a tag that was on this tree?
I can check. I mean, they were all tossed out. But I can certainly check.
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record. The order of conditions called for 5 shade trees. These are, I can't even tell what these most recent ones were. Look, there's a tag hanging around that one right there. I can't even tell if these actually are black cherry trees. To me, they don't, the leaf doesn't look correct. I could be wrong. The other ones are weeping cherries. They're not shade trees. You know, they're very slow growing. They're meant to be slow growing. It wasn't what was intended on the order of condition. Plus, I think they called for a 3.5-inch caliper. I don't even think the ones that have been in the ground for 2 years or whatever have made it to 3.5-inch caliper. So that's my 2 cents.
I think it was 6 feet or 2.5-inch caliber, right?
No,
That's
I think
what
evergreens were 6 feet.
The evergreens were 6 to 8 feet in height, which we didn't plant here. And then the deciduous was, I think it was 2 to 3-inch caliper for deciduous. I can pull up the site plan if that's easier, but I believe that's what the note said in the site plan.
Is American holly deciduous?
No.
I didn't think so.
Oh, okay. Some people, at least some of the information said yes, but it's on our deciduous list in our native plant list. So I don't know if we want to move that.
I'm gonna say mine are kind of freaks then because they're not deciduous.
Yeah, just looking at our native plant list, we have trees, deciduous, black cherry, and let's see. Pull up the list because I'm looking at it separately here. Well, it's under shrubs, but it is it is under the dry soil category. And it seems like, do they grow 40 to 50 feet or?
Yes, they do.
That's what it looked like when I looked it up. But I guess, does the commission have any other, I mean, Eric, did you say that, I mean, they look like weeping cherry trees, but do you still have the tags?
No, I'm not talking about,
Those ones were
the new ones
planted
don't
by
look.
the landscaper in the early spring.
Okay.
Charlotte, there's no question in my mind that those are weeping cherries, okay?
I figured.
The other ones, I can't tell.
Okay.
Eric, are you selling the house?
No, we're trying to get our occupancy permit so that we can get our insurance. We're, I don't know, I mean, wife, 2 kids, grew up in Norwell, lived in Situate for 10 years, and this is our home for as long as the kids get through high school and beyond. I don't know why do you ask that?
Because it's a bigger rush if someone's trying to close on a house, and trying not to be too big a ball buster.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're kind of up against the ropes to get our home insurance. That's kind of been our priority. The insurance we've worked with before, they want the full occupancy permit, and so we have the house is signed off, but we need the stormwater permit to be signed off too.
This is the note from the site plan. And I'll just note that this used to be in a lot of site plans, but for some reason we haven't seen that recently. So on a separate note, maybe we want to put that back.
Yeah. You can see it does say 3 to 4 inch caliper.
Yep, 3 to 4 inch caliper.
That's a big size tree. I mean,
Yeah.
these won't be 3 to 4 inch caliper for, I don't know, 6 years, 8 years,
Mhm.
if you're lucky. And
Eric, when you were at the nursery, I mean, 3 to 4 inch caliper seems to be, I don't know, was that an option when you went to the nursery? Did you see any of those of that size, or were they all that size that you just planted?
Yeah, I mean, 3 to 4 inches is pretty big. I didn't see any that particular size. No.
Okay.
So like you said, for the deciduous, there's no height. It has to be caliber for a deciduous.
For coniferous, it was 6 to 8 feet tall, but for deciduous, they go by caliper.
You're mixing. The evergreens or coniferous, they're calling them coniferous, 6 to 8 feet in height.
Mhm.
Deciduous, 3 to 4 inch caliper.
Gotcha. Okay, so you want me to rip those out and put in 3 to 4 inch caliber deciduous trees?
Yes. I mean, I don't, did you just, obviously you didn't design that property's not designed the way it was originally laid out, so is there any
Right,
way-
we had a change. We were originally gonna have the semicircle driveway in the front.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I'm
we
just trying to see where those cherries were planted now.
We nixed that on the last call you wanted the two cherries, you wanted the two trees, in the front lawn about where they were supposed to be planted.
Yeah.
On either side of the driveway. So that's where we put them.
So that one is next. Okay, so that's near the driveway, and the other one's near the neighbor's driveway. Is that the idea?
Nope. We
Oh,
planted
that's the
one.
front walk.
Yeah, this is the
That's
front
correct.
walkway. So this one is on one side and then this one is on the other.
We tried to put them exactly where they were shown on the original plan, obviously minus the semicircular driveway.
All right. Well, they are small. If they truly are black cherry, and you can keep them alive, I'll let them go. But I need you to do something to show me it's a black cherry.
Okay.
Can you find it? You say you think all the tags have been thrown away?
Yeah. I mean, we cleaned up, during the storm, we cleaned everything up and tossed it. But I told Charlotte I could, do whatever, rummage through the garbage, see what I can find.
Yeah, and maybe just an up close photograph of the leaf, so we can. I mean, if I can look at the leaf more closely, I can probably tell. But if you can find the tag, I'd feel more comfortable.
Okay.
I might be able to go to the site tomorrow morning too, Eric, and I can get some photos and we can follow up with the commission too. But I mean,
Well,
it sounds like.
especially since you need me to sign something, go grab a couple leaves and bring them back.
There you go.
All right.
But
Is everyone else okay with that?
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Did we want more shade trees other than the two black cherries that are there?
The black, that's fine.
Well,
No.
TBD.
If those are black cherries, I think we'll accept that to
Okay.
finish them off.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Do we want to vote on that? That will issue a COC tomorrow if those are native black cherry trees.
All in favor?
I don't prefer to do it that way, but we can if we, want to move this along. But if we want to continue, we can. But that's another option.
No, I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with the condition that in fact those are black cherry trees. Charlotte will confirm by either finding a tag or leaf identification. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
you got us. All right, Eric, let's find that tag.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, commissioners.
You're
Have a great
welcome.
evening.
Good night.
Eric, have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, Charlotte, you got 1 minute for your 48-hour update and the rest is
Yep.
gonna have to wait.
That's fine with me.
But no, but I got 1 minute first,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
Is it 256 Main Street?
Yes.
It was two
The
houses.
258 and 256.
Okay, they did, I'm sure you've all seen it. Those were supposed to be like rebuilt homes. They've torn them down. They've completely destroyed the site. So I just want everyone to know that I've asked Charlotte to tell them they got to come in with
Yep.
a new plans.
Mhm. Yep.
Otherwise we put us, there's no cease and desist on that, right?
Nope, but I can do that. I was actually kind of planning on it.
Well, it's Jeff's doing one and Cavanaugh's doing the other, right?
Correct, yes.
So-
Cavanera's
so-
doing the one in the back.
So give them 7 days and tell them if they don't
Okay.
have to be in 7 days or 14 days, whatever. give
Works
them
for
a-
me. That sounds good.
North or South Main?
North Main.
North Main. It's just past the ball fields on the
Yep.
right.
It's a massive hole in the front. It's just
Wait, is that the-
drives me insane.
Is that the modular?
Base.
Yes, yes, the modular one's in the back.
So ugly.
Yeah. It's great. All right, do you want me to, 1 minute?
You got 1 minute.
All right. What reason why I wasn't able to go to 28 Linden? 147 South Main Street. Got a
The old
call.
gas station.
Got multiple calls yesterday. DEP, fire, the whole 9 yards. Went to the site. There was oily sheen in the water in the trench of where they're going to put the foundation. Also saw black soils, 1.5 to 2 feet down, indicating possible contaminated soils. I'm sure this comes as no surprise to the commission. Thursday, today, walked out with DEP and the building inspector, and they want a 120-day notification process. They have 3 steps. It's 2 hour, 72 hour, and 120 days, where we're going to need to see the soil samples, the water analysis, the whole 9 yards. And if it is a contaminated site, they're kind of in trouble. If it's not, they can submit another form kind of indicating the source if they're not able to find the source on site. If it could be a possible other source at 151 South Main at the auto body, that will be investigated separately if needed. However, it's in DEP's hands now, and I'm kind of just along for the ride, and I will keep everyone posted, but I have multiple photos. I can put those in OneDrive so that people can look at them, but it's an oily sheen. Did the rock test. It's not natural oil. And we need to see where the source is. DEP seemed to think it was groundwater and or soils. That's it.
So remember, wasn't it Adam Brodsky who insisted that we didn't need to do a test?
I wasn't here for that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
It was him. And yeah.
Yep.
But
So he can't pass the red face test on this for sure.
And he cannot dewater. I put a stop work order on that this morning. I got another call from fire, and I immediately went over there at 8:45 in the morning and said, "You're not doing that because it's most likely contaminated water." That's not happening. And DEP said the same thing. Building commissioner also said the same thing. So until we get more analysis on the site, it's now processing through DEP, and they've kind of taken over here, but we're just kind of along for the ride.
well, I think that we should be thankful that whoever found it in the first place.
It wouldn't have been obvious if there wasn't a rainstorm. The soils were there, but the oily sheen that the rain it was a good coincidence that happened.
I think it's important that you and John start to look at this carefully. I think that a lot of commissioners mentioned a concern.
Yep.
And that concern, I know I got reprimanded because I said there was machinery on the site, and they're like, well, machinery doesn't mean they're doing anything. And I said, but they will, and they did. And the truth of the matter is that they stirred up that soil themselves. It was in the bottom of a lift pit. They could have just as easily trucked it off site and left it down in the bottom of a hole, and no one would ever have found it.
Yep.
And that happened on a weekend, and the town's got to figure, if someone's unscrupulous, which they know he was, that they have to watch him 24 hours a day until it's done. I say it got lucky, but who knows where that oil is right now.
Oh God, it's been accumulating there for decades.
Yeah, but once they disturbed it, it could be in the stream, it could be in the wetland across the street.
It's already in the groundwater. It's probably traveled all the way down James Brook, in the subsurface.
Yeah.
It was so obvious that there had to be and they tried to hide it. Remember, there was that hole in the ground that they capped it.
Yeah.
Smoking gun, and we couldn't get anybody to test this thing. It's aggravating.
I agree. And also the soil testing that they did on Tuesday, that's not the soil testing they're going to be doing now for the foundation. So that was, I had previously, gone to the site a couple times even before that, talked to the applicant, said, we need to see the soils, we need to see everything. We need to leave that stuff open for the building inspector and his LSP to investigate. And happened on Tuesday. I don't know what the conversation was, but we found out next day, there's oily water in there. And I don't know if they had looked at the layer of the black soil on Tuesday during the foundation trench inspection, but I mean, it is what it is. And now DEP's kind of, you know, DEP's been called. It was emergency response, and I've talked to like 4 of them at this point. So yeah,
Right.
it's gonna be.
They're gonna find there's benzene there from leaked.
I wouldn't be
in.
surprised.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
and
while they're-
also, I'll
Maybe
just
while
note,
they're in town, you can get them to do a chapter 91 inspection.
which one? Sorry.
Maybe while they're in town, they could do a chapter 91 on the old salt house.
Seriously. One thing I do want to mention too, and I don't want to talk about this too much, but I just want to point out that there are hundreds of documents from 2019 and 2020 about the investigation that they did when the property first burned down. I've downloaded all of them. I have not gone through them all, but I am curious because they did do reports back then. However, after talking with the Board of Health director, from what she remembers, I don't know this for a fact because I haven't read through the reports. All the analyses that they did were from an isolated area on the site. So probably not where we just saw the sheen and or the black soils. So that is something that I just wanted the commission to be aware of, that there were previous testing procedures through DEP and Stantec, their LSP, done on the site, but it seemed to be from a different area or a more isolated area. So now the can of worms has just been opened because there's a huge trench on the site and it's there. So, yep. If anyone wants those documents, I have them, but I haven't gone through them all. But I can show you where they are too. It's DEP's hazardous site, you know, repository. They have the reports and everything. That's it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Good night, everyone.
All right, thanks,
Unless you
guys.
unless you want to vote.
Hi.
We're good. Good night. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right.
Night.